いつも君と待ち続けた季節は何も言わず通り過ぎた。雨はこの街に降り注ぐ少しのリグレットと罪を包み込んで泣かないことを誓ったまま時は過ぎ痛む心に気がつかずに僕は一人になった記憶の中でずっと二人は生きてゆける君の声が今も胸に響くよ。それは愛がさまよう限り君は少し泣いた。あの時見えなかった。
This place is rather gloomy.
Why don't you lighten the mood for us while we're here then?
I'll see what I can do.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that! You're going to jinx us!
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you've finished looking around the ship.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life. For as long as I can remember. They called it treatment. But in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse. But then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Xion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Danon victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Hey, Alvin, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alvin, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alvin. It's just wrong, okay?
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that'd mean... you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danons, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegus.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegus was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Law's blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegus?
I would wager so. Lenegus is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That Red Woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegus's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this Red Woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegus would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what... we'll find on the other side.
What in the world?
This being Renin territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegus changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior, too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself, okay, Do?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danins poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danins among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time. Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renin, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zeugle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renin homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it!
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Yes!
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he...
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
Ridiculous. Okay.
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Gannett Harrows changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Xion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
What's this thing? There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfricht Milgras, the former Lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfricht whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renan by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Corps existed, remember?
With any luck, The Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait, don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still... kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
What's this thing?
place is beautiful!
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen,
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch? Damn it! Lenegis soldiers!
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight. Oh!
I am Lord Dohalim of Elder Menancia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed enough. If they want to fight, they got one.
Here's the evil! Freeze Lancer!
Double Demon Fang!
Radiant
Strong!
Split it open!
Be my guest!
No one's gonna break this nut!
Coming through! Ha! No! Scarlet Inferno!
That's my cue!
Here! Shut him down!
If it's in the sky, water the stockpile! Raging Cascade!
Take this!
In a bind?
Not on my watch! Here's a hero in the wind!
Here I come! Here!
More for the stockpile!
Megasonic thrust!
Leave the charges to me!
Double Demon Fang! Win!
Glacial Spear! Turbo Frozen!
Hammer!
Double Demon
I'll smash you! Denied!
Light Burst 4!
Radiant Genesis! Radiant Punch! Here!
You picked the wrong fight!
This one! This one's mine! Not on my watch!
I'm not done! Double Demon Fang! You're mine!
In a bind?
Holy Glimmer!
You're mine!
Holy
I'm ready! Demon Fang!
Freeze Lancer!
those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
This one will be difficult to predict.
I owe you one.
Annihilation!
The reflexes will not serve you well.
Denied! Thanks so much!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And the puzzling to me!
Here, let me help. First aid!
Begin!
You're mine!
Lunar corruption! Supernova! Laser cascade!
Resonate with the earth.
It's over!
Stalagmite.
Lunar corruption! Earth seal! United Watering! Annihilation!
I'm ready.
Dohalim!
Light burst force.
Radiant Genesis! Will this help?
Take this!
That'll bring you down!
Can you take it? Can't get out of this.
Raging Cascade!
Ignite!
Anything in armor is on! Now! Here's the astral energy! Full throttle!
Monster! Ha! Double demon fang!
Demon Blast! I can handle it!
Look at Sonic Blow!
Raging Cascade!
Start up!
Radiant now! Astral energy!
Say no more!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Benediction light.
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Here I come! You're mine! Severing Wind! Mirage! Double Demon Fang! Severing Wind! Severing Wind! Stardust!
Healing
Lunar Rosa!
Damn it!
Can't get out of this! Sorry, Cubby.
You do the same for me.
Anything in all our
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Oh, violent party win. I'm out of ammo.
Win! And we should be mine!
Sleep now. Glacial Sealing. Here's evil. Freeze Lancer. I never miss. Steel Force.
Smash you!
More where that came from.
Double Demon Fang!
Lightning Condemn.
Burn!
Magic is
No
out.
escape!
Holy
Blind you
Land.
with a shot!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished! My turn!
I can handle it. Here. Far enough.
Time to let it rip! Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction light.
Raging Cascade. Healing
Double
Storm here.
Demon Fang!
Your death, no odds of being interrupted.
Double Demon Fang!
Just what I do. More
Charging up!
Can't get out of this!
Get behind me.
Done! I'll leave it to you! Lunar Rondo!
I'll blind you with a shot!
Here comes out my watch. Here I go. Lightning together. It's light.
Burn!
Thunder Blade. Illuminate the Holy Land. Mega Ray.
Stardust!
Annihilation.
Lunar Rondo!
I could do without you. Hey,
Here, let me help. Holy Glitter.
I'll smash you!
Holy Land. Searing Flame.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
benediction light.
Double Demon Fang!
Dance in the wind. Here I go.
Double Demon Fang!
Nothing gets by me. Feel. I never miss. Far enough.
Double Demon
More
Fang!
with the stockpile.
Double Demon
Raging
Fang!
storm. By the power of water.
Flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Magic
Lunar
is out.
Rondo! Ignite!
Here's a healing arc. First aid.
Lunar Rondo!
Take this!
Double Demon Fang!
Lightning. Blast it. Wall.
Bathed in blood.
Double Demon Fang!
Resonate with the earth!
Double Demon Fang!
Ready.
Double Demon Fang!
Rending you apart!
Bloody
howling!
Anything in armor is all mine.
I'll smash you! Double Demon Fang!
I couldn't make it in time.
Burn in hell!
Nothing gets by me.
Flame!
Build up some fight left in me.
Stardust! Lunar Rondo!
Burning. I'm ready.
Try harder! Not a chance! Double Demon Fang!
This one's mine. Far enough.
Try harder! Not a chance! Double Demon Fang! Win! Magic Thunder! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction.
Double Demon Fang!
Can't get out of this!
Light astral energy. Heal wind.
My turn!
Feel.
Move!
Maybe this one. I heal you all.
Double Demon Fang!
Healing circle. Heal.
Ignite!
Confiscate. Mega ray. Annihilate.
Armor won't save you!
Mega ray.
I'm ready! Dueling! In an instant! Impact Block!
These bad guys really don't mess around.
We've reached our destination. bad feeling about this.
Bring him down!
You think that shield will save you?
I see what
We'll soon see about that.
Split it open!
Be my guest.
Where are you going?
Stand back. I'll pick it up.
Not today. You're mine. I owe you time to let it rip. Fall back.
It's time.
Mirage! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll heal you.
Anything in armor is in a bind.
You're finished! I can carve through armor! My demon!
In your deck.
Win! Everything's done! Double Demon Fang! You're finished! Win! We're not finished! It's over!
Never gets by me.
Double Demon Fang! This is you're mine!
Illuminate the
You can
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis!
My turn!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
Don't get careless!
Don't tell me. No further.
It's over! I'll smash you!
Too late to talk over our differences.
Now you'll learn! Megasonic Thrust! You're
Easy
mine!
ensnaring to me.
I owe you one. This one's all mine! Execution! You picked the wrong fight! Here I come! I'm not done! It's over! You're mine!
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclops!
Now!
Ready to go! Not in your dreams! Denied!
Stardust! Execution!
Resonate with you.
Blow them away!
Here I go!
Now! Take this! Stardust!
Annihilation! Hear me! Radiant Fire!
Bloody howling.
I need to be stronger. Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them stand guard over the Forbidden Zone?
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth!
Here!
Holy
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing arc!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Piston! Double Demon Fist!
A charge like that can easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop. Let the marksman handle this.
Do you require a hand?
Double Demon Fang!
In a bind?
Lightning orb! Now where that came from? Radiant Shield! Here's the evil steel!
I'm not done!
I'll be taking this one! Tidal Wave!
Try harder! My turn!
I will!
Double Demon Fang!
Far enough! Here goes! Confiscated! Mega Ray!
So you clamor for my true power?
Here I come! Double Demon Fang! Double Wind! Stardust!
That's why you
In here!
Double Demon Fang!
Behold! The Earth pulse! Reflect on thy sin.
It's go
They
time!
smite with black and
I'll
gray.
smash you!
Into the shadows!
Severing wind!
Execution. Resonate with the earth. Not a chance.
I'll heal you all!
Double demon
Heal
fang!
force! Illuminate its mind! Come forth, holy
Can't get out of this.
Pull myself
Sorry to
together.
trouble you.
Not today! You're mine!
Need to pull myself together.
You're mine! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Confiscated!
Far enough!
Annihilation! Mega Ray!
Now! You're mine!
Annihilation! Lightning! Heal force! Here's the healing art!
Double Demon Fang!
Lightning! Raging
Double
Cascade!
Demon Fang! Try harder! Here I
Heal!
come!
Lightning!
Luna Rondo! Ignite!
Blood.
Raging Storm!
won't save you!
Power with water!
Bloody
Raging Cascade! In here!
Luna Rondo! Try harder!
Into the shadows!
On your knees!
Tempest!
Double Demon Fang! Try harder! Now! You're mine! Megasonic Thrust! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
No further.
Shining Supernova!
Severing Wind!
Raging Cascade!
Strata!
Benediction.
Flame inside me! Yours!
Illuminate the
Free!
dark! Come forth, holy glimmer! Here
Double
goes!
Demon Fang!
Holy
Demon
Red!
Rat! Strata!
Eagle Ray.
Luna Rondo!
Not on my watch!
Far enough!
Lightning!
Benediction.
Double Tap!
Illuminate the
Double
dark!
Demon Fang!
Holy glimmer! Holy Red! Power of water!
Looking good. Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis!
Step back! This one's all law!
This one will be difficult to predict.
Ready and fire!
Lunar corruption! Lunar blast!
Forgive me. This is my fault.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Can you take it? Double
More for
This one's all mine!
These ones can run rings around us.
Double demon fang! Megasonic thrust! On move!
I can do this all day. Where are you going? You get dead.
Air pressure! Double demon fang!
Leave the charges to me.
Take it! Seismic rip! Can't get out of this! Stand back! I'll trip it up! You're mine! Hold nothing back! Draw captivity! I'm ready! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Glacial Spear. Here's evil.
Fake Smite with Black Blade!
Freeze Laser. More where that comes from. Here's a healing arc.
Megasonic Thrust!
Here
Take
goes.
this! You're finished!
Searing Flame.
No further! Do it! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
This won't be easy. Don't be such a pessimist.
You're mine! I can carve through armor!
That may prove a thorn in your side.
Leave the charges to me! I owe you one.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! Double demon fang! Here I come! Double demon fang! I'm not far away! Double demon
This one's mine.
Ignite!
Illuminate the sun.
Here I come! In a bind? You're finished! Double demon fang! Severing wing! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis.
No! Take this! I'm not done! You're mine!
Your field confiscated.
I can carve through armor! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Astral Arch?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
In here.
you want! Sleep now!
I'm not done! Double demon fang!
Take this!
You're finished! You're mine! No escape!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! No! You're mine! Double demon fang!
Lightning orb!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
No flying fang!
Never miss!
Double demon fang!
Holy Land! I'm the true gunslinger around here.
Not today!
Moon corruption!
Double demon fang!
It's almost
Then I'll split it open!
Be my guest!
Leaping wall!
Take this!
In here! Leading this way! Here goes!
The enemy wields arms.
You'll see!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction light.
Double demon fang!
Light after
Double demon
light!
fang! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Take
No escape! Burn it down!
in a bind.
More where that came from!
I'm ready!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
No!
Into the shadow!
Smite with
You're
your
demon fang! Strike! Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
resonate with
Double
the
fang!
This one's mine!
Flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Not on my watch!
Smash you!
Raging
Double demon
Cascade!
fang!
Feel!
Strike!
I'll be saving you!
You're mine! I'm not done! You're finished!
Do it! Lightning to death! I'm only getting started! Illuminate the soul! Holy Land!
Elusive deity!
I'm grateful.
Megasonic
Raging
throw!
Captivity!
Elusive deity! Take this!
Elusive deity!
Here I come! Megasonic throw! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Double demon fang!
Illuminate the soul!
Double demon fang!
Holy Glimmer!
Not today!
Holy Land!
You're my
Take this!
Not on my watch!
Yeah! You see what I can
Get it in next week! Only getting Lightning Orb!
resonate with the enemy!
If it's in the sky, it's mine! I'll be saving Here's a healing art! Do the same! Steel Force! Fire to Lightning to death! Magic advance! Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
They really made us work for that one.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
you guys check... your equipment lately?
Don't get careless.
Don't tell me they might save you!
Here! Lightning orb!
Win! Lunar Rondo!
Lunar corruption!
Here I come!
By the power of water!
Bloody
Ignite!
Leave the engineering to me. Yeah, and the cavalry to me. No escape!
Radiant orb here!
Seismic rupture!
Wind
Here I
astral
come!
energy! Raging storm!
Bloody fang!
Lunar corruption!
Lunar Rondo! Take it! I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact block! Not chance! No further! You're mine!
One more! I never miss!
It's over! Far enough! Take this!
Frozen!
Hammer! Not chance! Everlasting darkness! You picked the wrong fight!
Negative This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now! Take this! I'm not done! Ready and railing!
Champion world!
Stardust!
Lunar
I'm ready!
corruption!
Dohalim's fighting style is... what's the word I'm looking for? Subdued? No...
Do you mean elegant, perhaps?
Yeah, that's the word. For better or worse, you can definitely tell he's cut from posh rending cloth.
And he's not just skilled with the staff either. He can also use astral arts, including healing ones. I can see how he made it to the position of a lord.
You flatter me, but my fighting techniques merely come from a style that aims to conserve energy by minimizing body movement.
Is that why you wait until the last second before you dodge attacks? To avoid unnecessary movements?
No, I do that to sharpen my senses. I find that doing so is an effective means of drawing out my innermost strength.
Oh yeah, I've noticed you look stronger and strike out with your rod more after you dodge attacks. Guess that's why.
Still, it's a risk. Don't you ever worry you'll dodge at the wrong moment?
Then, it'll be just as well.
Huh?
It's nothing. Let us continue.
I can feel my power growing!
We seem to have come across something...
Brace yourselves! This one's tough! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Time to cross blades!
I'm all set not in your dreams!
Armor won't save you!
Annihilation! Hear me!
Severing Wind! Stardust! This time! Eat dirt! The tempest engulfs you! Here I come! No escape!
Wind astral
Stardust!
energy!
It's over! Denied! Here I come! No escape! Try harder! Not a chance! I'm not done! Engulfs you! Double Knot Kill!
Where are you going?
Double Demon Fang!
Heal! In here! Lunar corruption! I'll be saving
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Severing Wind! Stardust! Megasonic Thrust! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help?
Double Demon Fang!
Go down! Dance in the wind! Healing circle! Air thrust! Thanks!
Double Now you see what I can do! Here I come!
Flare tornado!
Severing Wind! Stardust! To be Lunar Rondo!
Not on my watch! It's over!
No further! Severing Wind!
Take that illuminate the dust! Come forth, holy glimmer!
Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction light.
Being interrupted. Eagle Ray. From the wind.
Gale Force! Lightning
Benediction light. I must remember my limits.
Raging Cascade!
Need to pull myself together. Need to pull myself together. I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar! Photon Blast! Here's a healing starting wind!
Can't get out of this.
I don't even know the word defeat.
Negative
Here, let me help.
Renegade with the
Labor charges the main board.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Give the money.
Good! I'll leave it to you!
See what I can do.
Playing nice. Ready to go.
Benediction light.
Wind astral energy.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Eat dirt!
It's time to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire. Ready to go.
Severing wind! Start up!
Begin. Here goes.
Try harder! Not yet! Wind! Start up! No further! This isn't looking good! Double demon fang!
Your incantation ruined.
Double demon fang!
Ready to go. Demon blast. Torn up.
Benediction light.
Double demon fang! The flame inside me yearns to be let go! Stay away from my friend! Burn!
Benediction light.
Double demon fang! Severing
Anything in armor is beyond. Imbue this vanquished soul with light.
You're on! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
What was I thinking?
Double demon fang!
Begin.
My turn!
I'm out of ammo. Champion
Double
down.
demon fang! Severing wind!
I won't give up.
You'll pay for that! Megasonic drop! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Oh! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I've been doing really great lately.
We've reached our destination.
Gotta break through!
There! Mega Ray!
Double demon! Try harder! My turn! Severing wind! Start up!
In here!
Tempest!
Lord
Start up!
Shield!
Elusive
It's not in your dreams!
Not today!
Nothing gets denied! Mega Ray!
Double demon fang!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Take this!
We need your energy! Here's a
I'm ready! In an instant! Impact cross! Not a chance! I'm not done! On your knees!
Dance in the wind!
Wind!
Hero circle!
Air pressure! Here I come!
Resonate with you! One more! The last one! Magic is anything in order! Reload!
I can carve through armor! You're mine! Resonate with the earth! The last one! Luna Rogo!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Not a chance! Burn in hell! No
Luna Crash! I'm off the switch!
You're on!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
My exploits are bearing fruit. Let's see what you've got.
Glacial Spear! Here's Eagle! Right before your nose gets to call it quits!
Let's see what you've got. Can't get out of this!
Carve now! Not in your dreams!
Far enough!
Here's the attitude that all night! Then you leave me no choice! This one's mine!
I'm ready!
Dueling! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Not a chance! Burn in hell! I can carve through Megasonic thrust! It's too fast!
Stand back!
Ship it out! No escape! No further! You're mine! Here! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Rotating pile driver!
Mega Ray!
That's my cue!
Shut him down! Ignite!
Not on my watch! Eat dirt!
Execution!
Where are you going?
I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Here, let me go!
Here I come!
I'll
Smash you! Prepare to be seized!
Fire for force! Lightning orb! Here! Now!
In an instant! Impact Cross!
With this, I can become even stronger!
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Danon. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imeris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegus. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here. We've reached our destination.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Healing circle!
I owe you one.
Blackened blade! Annihilation! Searing
I'm not
flame!
done.
Lightning flare!
Easy and smelling to me.
Yeah! To me!
Take this! I'm not...
Searing flame! Into the shadows!
Double Demon Fang!
Eliminate
Double Demon Fang!
I can carve through armor!
Holy It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Gemini Armor! I never miss! Not in your dreams!
You're mine! Double Demon Fang!
Raging Storm!
Here I
Into the
come!
shadows!
Double Demon Fang!
No further!
I'm ready!
Kizara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Mega
Charging to me!
Gemini
Rending you
Raging
apart!
Storm!
Bloody howling!
Ignite them!
Everlasting darkness! Negative gate!
Lunar Corruption! Now! Shadow Blast! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
We can really make weapons with this?
Coming through!
Double Demon Fang! Megasonic Rock! Take this!
You got fury!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing heart! Raging Enemy!
Double cow!
In here!
Smash you!
Fall back!
Engulf you!
Demon Fang!
Don't leave me! That'll bring you down! Here, Dark Shield! Not in your dreams! Fire support! Raging Storm!
Not done yet!
Raging
Double
Cascade!
Demon Fang!
In here!
Win! Hold on! I'll take you! Take this!
Eagle
Ray! Double Demon Fang! Release! Double Demon Fang! No escape! It's over! Double Demon Fang! Marching loaded! Ignite!
Tornado drive!
Here I come!
Here's a healing
I'm
heart!
not done!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Hold on! No escape!
No further!
I'm not done!
Illuminate the dark!
Damn it! Too fast!
Stand back!
Pick it up! No escape! You're finished!
Confiscated!
Double Demon Fang!
Lightning Illuminate the dark! I never miss!
Flame and Charlie, yours to be let free! I'm ready!
Hey! Blow them away!
My turn!
Annihilation! Wasn't sweet!
Double Demon Fang!
Raging Cascade!
Double Demon Fang!
Resonate with the earth!
Dance in the wind!
Stalagmite!
Air thrust!
A hard-won victory.
Looks like we made it here. One piece.
courteous, aren't you?
Bring him down!
I'm going in!
No one!
You're mine!
Mega Sonic! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this go back? Take this!
Carve through armor!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And the pummeling to me!
You picked the wrong guy!
Ready to go! Denied! Confiscated! Raging Cascade!
Take this!
I'm not done!
Can you take it?
Release!
Raging Storm! More with that
I'll grind you into dust!
I'll be getting gold on!
Mega Sonic Blast!
That'll bring you down!
Double Demon Fang! That's on the way! Double flame inside me, yours to be let free!
Healing Castle! Back into the fray! Do it!
Demon Fang!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
My turn!
The enemy wields ours too.
We'll soon see about that!
Fire support! Through armor!
Photon blast!
I'm ready!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
My turn! Double Demon Fang! Win!
Dance in the wind! Here's to it!
In an instant!
I need to be stronger.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What? I've never known Faria to control symbols like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master sword?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the symbols, then we get some answers. Aim for their weak spot.
Here's evil!
Take this! I'm not done!
Freeze Lancer!
You're finished!
Here's the Raging Cascade! Radiant appear!
Try harder! Not a chance! I'm not done! Double Demon Fang!
Raging Cascade!
Double Demon Fang!
Back into the Raging Cascade!
Double Demon Fang!
I can
Carve through armor! Double Demon Fang! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Here I go!
Burn in hell! Double Demon Fang! Summary wind! Lunar Rhino!
couldn't make it in time.
Resuscitation!
Double demon fang!
Double
demon
ready to go!
Double demon fang!
Benediction.
Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
I never miss! In here!
Double demon fang! Ready and where? This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for! Get behind me!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll heal you all! Champion Swirl! Healing Circle! Annihilatory!
Forgive me.
Here I come!
Can't get out of this!
I'll bring you back from death to death!
I'll smash you! Double demon fang! Mega
I'll hit you with the stuff!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Try harder! Now!
Freeze Lancer!
Double demon fang!
Here's the healing art! Dance in the rain! Sleep now!
Dance in the wind!
Double demon fang!
Here we go!
Get carried away!
This one's all mine! Double demon fang!
Only land! Down!
Try harder! You picked the wrong fight! Here I come! Double demon fang! Severed wind!
Where are you going?
Here I come!
In here!
Double demon fang! It's no time! My turn! Wide open!
Won't escape me!
I'll smash you!
Reload! Raging! Do it!
Kisara!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! I'll heal you all! I can handle
You
it!
can't get out of this!
No escape! It's on!
Where was that came from?
No escape!
Ancient deity!
Double demon fang!
Here's the Ignition Strike!
Look sharp, everyone! Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Try harder! No
Here
escape!
goes!
No escape!
Confiscated!
I'm not done! Burn!
Dance in the wind!
Here I
In
come!
here!
Double demon fang!
Heal! Where was that came from? Hear me! Flame of Fury!
Double demon fang!
Spear! Here's the
Demon
eagle!
fang!
Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind!
I'll smash you!
I never miss! Illuminate the nothing gets by me!
Double demon fang!
Freeze Lancer!
Double demon fang!
No further!
Far enough! Air Thrust!
Stay away from my friend!
Magic!
There!
Holy Land!
Double demon fang! Double demon... The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Double demon fang! Burn in hell!
I'll bring you back!
Take this!
I could build up some fight if you need.
It's over!
Resuscitation!
Severing wind!
Will this help? Raging Cascade!
Double demon
In here!
fang!
Healing Circle! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Pieces! Blaze Magic! Here's Evo! Freeze Lancer!
Smash you!
Another incantation ruined!
Double demon fang!
Leave the torches to me!
Double demon fang!
Back into the fray!
Double demon fang!
Power of water! Here! Water the stockpile!
Double demon fang!
Here
Double
goes!
demon fang!
Not on my watch!
Dance in the wind!
Where are you going?
One final push!
Let's finish this off!
I'll do my best not to disappoint.
Spear! Here's the evil!
Double demon fang!
Here's the Lancer! Holy Land!
No further!
Double demon fang! It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
Double demon fang!
Not
Not now! enough.
Magic is here! Holy land! Hear me!
Double demon fang!
Burning strike! Glacial field! Here's evil on the violent starting wind! Carve now!
Demon fang!
Hot blade!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
In here!
Double demon fang!
I know where
Carve through!
I can handle it!
Eat them! I owe you one.
Field!
Double demon fang! Strike!
Raging power! Here goes!
You'll pay for that! Double demon fang!
Where are you going? Raging storm! Hear me! Flaming fury! Descending strike! Glacier field! Here's the eliminate the shark! Come forward! Double demon fang! Here's a healing art!
I'm ready!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalie!
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohaline. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion,
Huh?
thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on. What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure!
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way. Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns. As well as my own past, I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I just need a little time first. I want to make sure I go into whatever comes next completely prepared.
Looks like we made it here in one piece. You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
Go no further!
Bring him down!
Let's end this and get a bite to eat instead.
Soon, we might very well have to be ready to face anything. I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that. Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records, by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danon astral energy, so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Danon. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renin citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renins are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Naori, I...
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. What? If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Elfin. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Elfin.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Elfin escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori? What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't! You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah! We can protect the world and save Shion at the same time!
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony, and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
It's the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Lunar corruption!
Double
Gemini Alpha!
Double Demon Fang!
Voltaion Link!
In a bind?
Sealed!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Confiscated!
Powered up!
One!
Double Demon Fang! Not today!
Where are you going?
Double Demon Fang!
Into the lightning orb!
Double Demon Fang!
Magic!
Double Demon Fang!
Kill what the doctor ordered!
Double Demon Fang!
Glacial Spear!
Double Demon Fang!
It's showtime!
Double Demon Fang!
Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic vision!
Here's a healing! First aid!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Can't get out of this! I can carve through armor!
Not today!
Healing shot!
Eagle Wave!
Raging
Double
Storm!
Demon Fang!
Radiate Here!
Double Demon Fang!
Illuminate the dark! Transform! Holy Glimmer!
Double
Holy
Demon
Land!
Fang!
Arch Shield! Not show you what my art can do! Rise and shine!
Double Demon Fang!
Photon Flash! Illuminate the dark!
Double Demon Fang!
Holy Glimmer! Holy Land! Let the mark handle this! That'll bring you down!
Resonate with the Earth!
Glacial Spear! Here's the
Double
evil!
Tap!
Steer it down to the
It's all mine! You picked the wrong fight!
Annihilation! Holy Land! Radiant Block!
Double Demon Fang!
Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
I'm out of ammo! Dance to the wind! Air thrust! By the power of water!
Take this!
Mega
Double
Ray!
Demon Fang!
Lightning condemned!
Double Demon Fang!
Illuminate the lava blade!
Double Demon!
Nothing gets by me! Demon Land!
Can't be stopped by the
Double
power of
Demon
water!
Fang!
Lightning energy!
It's all mine! You picked the wrong
Here
fight!
goes! Not in your dreams!
Double Demon Fang!
If it's in the
Double
body
Demon
of mine,
Fang!
where are you going?
I could do without this pain! Dance on the wind!
Raging Cascade! I'll bring
They
you back
smite
from
with
death.
blue blade!
More for the
Anything in armor is all mine!
Not done
Raging
yet!
Storm! More of that
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Air thrust!
Double Demon Fang! Here I come!
Just what I need!
Elusive deity!
Double Demon Fang!
I'm ready!
This should do it!
Thunderblade!
Double Demon Fang!
Annihilate!
Take this! Double Demon Fang! Double Pistol! Double Demon Fang! Ignite! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Everlasting jump!
Not on my watch!
Negative gate! On your knees!
Just what the doctor
Double
ordered!
Demon Fang!
Benediction light!
Double Demon Fang!
Heal! Let me see what I can do!
That'll bring you down!
Double Demon Fang!
Double
Demon Fang!
Here comes dance in the wind!
Stay away from my friend!
All soaked up! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Close one!
Double Demon Fang!
Here's a healing art!
This is it!
I can handle it! Pour it up! Mega Ray! Illuminate the dark! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Holy Land! Resuscitation!
Not done yet! Double Demon Fang!
Lightning!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Raging Cascade!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Confiscated!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Raging
Double Demon Fang!
Illuminate the dark!
Take this!
Holy Glimmer!
You picked the wrong fight!
Holy Land!
Resonate with the earth!
Double Demon
This
Fang!
one's mine!
Double Demon Fang!
Benediction light!
Double Demon Fang!
I handle it win! Carve now through all!
Double Demon Fang!
Cross blade! Reload!
Rending you apart!
I'm out of ammo!
Forgive me!
You'll pay for that! Double Demon Fang!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Resuscitation! Here, I'll whirl out loud!
You're mine!
Rest for the witches!
Severing Wind!
Now,
On your
Mirage!
like a stockpile!
air pressure! Resonate with the earth!
Carve through armor! Double Demon! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! I owe you one! Double demon fang!
Here, let me help.
Burn in hell! Try harder! Mouth! You're mine! Strike!
Bloody howling! On your
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
The marksman handle this. Annihilate! This one's mine!
everlasting dark!
Glacial spear!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Think you require a hand. Take this!
Double demon fang!
Into the shadows!
Double demon fang!
Here goes! Hear me! Flame of shadows!
This should do it!
Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
I'll fix you up!
Forgive me. This is my fault.
You picked the wrong fight!
Now you see what I can do!
Take this! Double here!
I'll fix. Forgive me.
You're mine!
Here
It's over! Thanks! Take this!
More with that!
Double demon fang!
Dance in the wind! Air I sighted! Light gas!
Leave the charges to me!
Out of the woods, it's...
Double demon fang!
Light gas! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy land!
Double demon fang!
Rending you apart! Bloody howling!
Where are you going? Glacial spear! Here's evil!
You picked the wrong fight!
Chinese tree blazer!
Double demon fang!
Raging cascade! Heal!
Can't move! I couldn't make it in time.
Imbue this backwards baby!
Cutting forth! Glacial spear! Here's evil! Now! Tree blazer!
Benediction light.
In here!
Everlasting dark! Negative gate!
Not done yet!
Nothing can do it! Bloody howling! In a bind?
Hard up! I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this. Wind astral energy!
Benediction
Double
light.
demon
Eliminate
fang!
the dark! Come forth! Holy glitter! Holy land! Eliminate the shadows!
Double demon fang!
Resonate with the
Holy
earth!
land!
Shattering the pieces!
Where are you going?
I'll smash you!
Not today!
Show me what my art can do! Raging cascade!
Double demon fang!
No time to break it!
Double demon fang!
Steel force! More demon fang! Raging Gemini Ultra! In here!
Resonate with the earth!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What?
It's self-destructed?
Alvin!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really?
what you think. Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Volron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Danan are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers and Faria in a trance?
What, those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the Motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Voron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
They really don't give up, do they?
Now you'll learn!
Hey, Hoodle! Lunar Collection! By the
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd—
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldamen and Sia.
Look up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among them. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan's society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright, or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like... oh, I don't know. Musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept turn against death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits. Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey... You're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix, too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renis Alma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What? Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown Contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that?
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasal, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true Sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this Great Spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's Great Spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegis are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renaissance.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, This whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrek 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrek 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Faisal with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrek 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Everett 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevrecht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danon mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danons again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danons probably won't be so quick to let their guards down, and there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah, I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danon and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live, and I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So... to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is... well... I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in. and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's Great Spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's Great Spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The Great Astral Spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renis Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the Great Astral Spirit within her body. and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns could be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying. But we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us,
Yeah, maybe.
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember saying anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Shion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Heverick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
persist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate, ever. Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait! Can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
It's on! Burn! A wall of shield from calamity! Take this!
Here goes! Lightning!
Double demon from
Rain down! Healed by all! Moving correction!
Double demon fang!
Away!
Double demon fang!
Hear me! Leave the enemy's arts to me!
Double demon fang!
No complaints here!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
I'm only getting started!
Double demon fang!
Alright!
Nothing gets by me!
I'm not done! The flame inside is sure to be let free!
Sealed!
Burn!
Sealed!
No escape!
Take this!
Will this help?
Can't get out of this!
Double demon fang!
Can you take it?
Double demon fang! Try harder!
Light as hands in the wind!
Double demon fang! Double demon!
Blood.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing arc!
Double demon fang!
Whoa!
Double demon fang!
Where are you going?
Double demon fang! I'm not done!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Let me show you what
Double demon!
it's down!
The flame inside is yours to be
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sure you survived
Let me
this.
land!
Elusive
Don't mind if I do!
Anything in order!
Exploding?
Don't get caught in the blast! Annihilation!
Here I come!
Wind astral energy! Here's a healing arc!
Here I come!
Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Sparkling
Now!
stars of radiance!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Take this!
Go! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Illuminate the dark!
No!
And have a holy Glimmer Ray!
Met with Black and Gray! I'm ready! In an instant! Impact Frost!
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danon slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Double demon fang!
Where are you going? Impact. Stay on the ground. Nothing gets
Pesky airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Seal!
I'll smash you!
This will come in handy.
Double demon fang!
Resonate with the earth!
Double demon fang! No escape!
Confiscated!
On your knees!
Radiant here! Lightning orb! Alright, it's showtime!
Do it! In an instant! Impact Frost! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Rain down!
Can you take it? Rondo!
Radiant
On
here!
your no escape!
Meteor
You're
storm!
finished!
Dancing!
Not today!
Air thrust!
Here I come! You're mine!
Now! Astral energy!
Say no more! More Sukos?
Keep calm now! Take them down! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Not a chance! No escape!
Where are you going?
Take this!
Do it!
Shion!
This one's got your name on it!
Action to action! A merry dispatch!
There's still more to go.
Easter, illuminate the dark!
Leave the force to me.
I'm ready! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Radiant more incoming! Here!
Take this!
This one's mine!
one's all mine! Ignite!
Excited! Into the shadows! Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more! No more? I'm not done! Reflect your finishing!
Glacier Storm! Piercing Blow! Our expert coming through! Freeze! Confiscated!
Take this!
Position, precision, time. All a perfect 10.
That's it? Nothing else to add?
You take meticulous care of your fire.
Do it! You play better at
Astral energy! Full throttle!
a flawless victory.
Naturally!
Eat dirt!
Resonate with the earth!
You don't have firearms here in Dana. I can show you mine if
you like? That would be really awesome, Xion.
You're finished! Here I come!
That'll bring you down.
In a bind?
Leave the charges to me.
You're on!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Glacial Spear. Here's the evil. Hit the wind.
All mine!
Caught now, through all.
Burn in hell!
Here, let me help.
Resonate with
Here I come.
On your
Hear me. Flame of Steel. Not in your dreams. Burning strike. Glacial Spear. Here's the evil.
I'm not done!
Blaze Lancer. Lightning
Double Demon Fang!
Witching Orb.
You're mine!
Raging
I'm not done!
Cascade. In here.
deity!
Now. Astral Energy.
Say no more! Got it!
Well done.
Double Demon Fang! Wind!
Rotating pile driver!
You're on!
Radiant Blast.
Megasonic Thrust! Here I come!
Meteor Storm. One more time.
I can't take much more. Take this!
Magic is in. Only land.
Everlasting
Double
denied! Negative gate! Reflect on thy sin.
Now.
Make my
Law. Get toasty.
burn strike!
Mega Ray.
Take this!
Do it.
Trigger!
Astral Energy.
Say no more!
Not more! Can you take it?
Or not. Not in your dreams. Do it.
Follow me! In an instant! Impact Clock! Now!
Illuminate the
I'm ready! In an instant! Impact Clock! My turn! I'm not done! You're on!
Negative
Here I come! Piss on! Stubborn wind! Stardust! Lunar Rondo! Follow me! In an instant! Impact Clock!
With this, I can become even stronger.
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogles somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them. You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
That's true. And if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit and...
The bar. We could get there even faster if we simply jump down instead.
You sound alarmed.
This one. Tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Here's the evil.
That button is dragging me mad!
The wise warrior knows when to call it quits.
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
We've reached our destination.
You guys want to rest here?
Huh? Something smells nice.
It's probably the accessory I picked up earlier.
Kisara, let's talk for a bit. Thinking some more about how to realize your ideals?
No. Actually, I've been trying not to obsess about it as much as before. I find when I think too much about my ideals, I get hung up on the reality of things and lose sight of what's really important. I know what it's like to go hungry, to lose your family. That should be reason enough to fight for a better society, so nobody else has to. Sorry about that.
Even thinking about things will make you hungry after a while. You wait here. I'll go whip something up for you.
Thanks for the food.
What's so funny?
Nothing. Just impressed at how good of a cook you've become.
Well, we've been on this journey for a while now, so I've had more than a few opportunities to hone my skills.
Yeah, and now I have a good meal in me. There's a simple kind of happiness that comes with that, you know? One that's more powerful and convincing than complicated logic can be.
That reminds me of something Law said, about how talking too much doesn't put food in people's stomachs.
That sounds like Law. But it's true nonetheless. When you get down to it, all you really need is enough food to keep you full and to be surrounded by people you love. Everything else comes second.
Speaking of people you love, I haven't heard you talk about Magal much lately.
Wow, okay. Way to make me feel like the worst sister ever. But you're right, I haven't. If I'm honest, I think it's because I finally found other people I love just as much. Whatever kind of society we end up having after this, it needs to be a place where I know you all can be happy. That's my starting point for now. Don't worry. Once I finish folding these clothes, I'll go to sleep. Before we go, do you guys have everything?
We finally made it.
feeling about this.
Lionheart, where are you going? I can carve through arm far enough! Double demon back! Laser spear! My turn! Now I can let no further! Flame Lancer! Double demon back! Come take me!
Prepare to be seized by the fleet of foot. Actually, time is more appropriate.
Let's drop in more doing. Don't mind if I do. Here!
Here I come! Double demon bang!
Searing flame!
Reload!
I'm out of ammo.
Double demon bang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'm going to need to use all the power of
I'm
my
ready!
sword.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! On your way! Take this! Struck!
Lightning!
Double demon bang! Can't get out of this!
Banana, let's go!
Double demon bang!
Take that! Do it!
Negative!
Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory. Naturally.
I can carve through armor, rending you apart. Not today.
Alright,
Double demon bang!
sleep now.
Double demon bang!
Raging
Double demon bang!
Whoa, hey, one at a time.
Take this!
Glacial spear.
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis.
I've still got a ways to go.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Not in your dreams.
Double demon bang!
Fall is designed.
Double demon bang!
Concentrate it.
Try harder!
These things really get on my nerves.
Barrier!
Dance in the wind.
No further! Double demon!
This will come in handy. Oh, Spartan.
Double demon bang! Double demon bang!
Radiant
Double
Pierce.
demon bang! Ready and ready!
Here's the
Resonate with the earth!
Rain down and purify.
I'll smash you!
Hear me, flame of fury.
Eat this!
Burning strike. Glacial spear. Here's the orb. One more time.
I'm ready!
Astral energy.
Say no more! Got it!
Well done. Primed and ready. This one's mine. Illuminate the stars. Come down. Holy glimmer.
I'm not done!
Holy land.
Begin!
Annihilation.
Double demon bang!
Flame of fury.
Flame inside me! Yours to be let free!
This is ready. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Easy peasy, huh, Hoodle?
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
I shall ensure you survive it.
Not on my watch.
Don't suffer in silence.
Double demon bang!
Thunderfield.
Megasonic rock! Wind!
Sleep now. Let's get you all tucked away. Fall into
Double demon bang!
You require a hand.
concentration.
In a bind!
One more time.
Pieces!
Here, let me help. Lightning condenser. First aid.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Double demon bang! Wind!
Radiant
Lunar Rondo! Double demon bang! Not yours to be let free. Take this! Severing wind!
If it's in the sky, it's mine! That'll bring you down!
In an instant! Impact drop! Not a chance! Double demon bang! Win! Mirage! It's over! Here I come! Win!
Now! Ghidorah! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! Not a chance!
Not in your dreams!
Double demon!
Far enough!
Dance on the
Do it!
wind!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
I must keep striving.
You can ease off yourself.
Pot calls the kettle black. Good advice for all of us, to be honest. I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Benediction light.
I'll pick you up!
Double demon!
A spot of feast hunting, anyone?
It's so come one, come all! Double demon bang!
Prepare to be sealed. Actually, perhaps sound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing! Here's the healing light!
Double demon bang! Double demon bang! I'm not done!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar! Dance in the wind! Eruption! Gemini Alpha!
Win!
Let's get you off this one's mine! I'll never miss!
Lunar Rondo!
Ready to go!
Mirage!
Glacial fire!
Take this!
Astral energy! Magic command! Do it! This is not easy!
Eat this!
Not in your dreams!
Now you see what I can do!
Searing flame! All disasters no battle! Come forth! Healing fury! Searing flame! Annihilation! Radiant! Illuminate the sun! Come forth! Holy glitter! Holy light! Lightning!
Double demon bang!
Another ammo! Back in
Here I come!
I'll fix you up!
Double demon bang! Severing wind! Stardust! I'm ready!
Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory!
Take this!
Naturally!
Severing wind!
Let me free you of life.
No further! Yours to be let free!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar! Here's a healing art!
Take this! Eat this!
Leave the torches to me!
Back into the
Resonate with the earth!
Thunder field!
Here I go!
Radiant skin!
Megaphone shattering!
Light! Standing form! Here's a healing art!
Double demon bang!
Thanks, Shield.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Art shield!
I'll do better.
Sleep not on my watch! I'll cover you!
Double demon bang!
Cascade! Sleep now!
Double demon bang!
Lunar eruption!
Being interrupted. Benediction light.
Holy
Eat
glitter
this!
ray! Holy
Take
light!
this!
What would I do that? Radiant
Thrust!
here!
Double demon bang! Wind! Stardust!
Raging! Here's a healing art!
Fluidity of your movement. Simply
Double demon bang!
Sorry.
I couldn't
I
make
don't
it in
even
time.
know the word defeat.
I'm all stuffed up!
Double demon bang!
Imbue this vanquished soul with
Double
life.
Glacial spear.
Here's evil! I still got this fight left in me!
Can you take it?
Thunder field!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Double shattering the
Pieces! Attack time!
Shining supernova! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Double demon bang!
Let me help!
Not today!
Holy Lancer!
I'm not done!
This one's mine!
Elusive
Double
deity.
demon bang! Wind!
Healing spear! Here's evil!
Lunar Rondo! Double demon bang!
Thunder field! Raging cascade!
Double demon bang!
In here! Searing projectile!
Negative
Searing flame!
Here
Hear me! Flame of fury! Glacial spear! Here's evil!
can't get out of this!
Rain down!
It's on! You picked the wrong fight!
Glacial spear!
Infinity! Rotating pile driver! Ready and raring! Armor won't save
Do
you!
it!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
These bad guys really don't mess around. Oh, this looks nice and tough.
Guess I misread the landing. These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans. Not even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrecht 35 about it sometime.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I'll take that shield from Calamity! Flying free! What did they say? Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Lightning can
Double demon
Illuminate the dark! Come
Double
forth,
demon
Lightning! It's over! Illuminate the dark! Come forth!
Prepare to be defeated! Actually, perhaps that is more appropriate.
Let's talk in more duels! Now! Frozen!
Hammer! Not yet!
Here I go! You're mine! Radiant Thrust! Here! Dance in the
Lunar Rondo! Lunar escape! Ready and raring!
Don't mind if I do!
Denied! I can carve through armor!
Annihilation! Lightning!
Double demon fang!
Shining Supernova! Raging Cascade! Searing Field!
You picked the wrong fight! I'm ready! Light burst force!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around!
Take this!
Certainly not.
Lightning Condensed!
Any more of this and I'll burn out!
Bring you down! One at a time!
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Air pressure! You're on! Resonate with the earth!
Lightning Condensed! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy land!
Demon fang! Air pressure! Resonate with the earth! Double demon fang! Black might! Here I come!
Glacial Spear! Lightning Bolt! Holy land!
No escape! Far enough! It's on! Catapult!
Force Field!
Stardust! Lunar Rondo!
Dance in the wind!
Burn!
Air Thrust!
Take this!
Astral Energy!
I'm ready!
Very well! Astral Energy! Full throttle! Not too shabby, if I do say so myself.
Far more than the power I can conjure alone, that's for sure.
Was that a compliment? think Hoodle senses an owl around here.
Why are you staring at me?
Make sure to get some good rest.
Hoodle and I couldn't eat another bite.
Keep feeding him like that. He'll be too heavy to fly soon. Guess I misread the landing.
I've got a really bad feeling about this. This one's mine! Not in your dreams!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Take this! Stay calm.
I
shall provide assistance.
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Getting piled by
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elton!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm
You
right
picked the
beside
wrong
you!
fight!
Now you see what I can do!
I'm ready! Astral energy! Full throttle!
My turn! You're mine!
On your
Rongo!
Do it! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
I feel stronger. I mean, a bit.
Good. We're counting on you, Rinwell.
On me? Well, I'll do my best.
those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way!
Looks like some solid equipment. I've got a really bad feeling about this.
A wall of sheer domination. Barrier! Double Demon Fang!
It can hide itself?
Amazing! Double Demon Fang! Blind you with a shot! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction light.
Where are you going? Double Demon Fang! Burn in hell!
One more!
You're mine!
There you go! Don't let up!
Win!
Mike, what
Try harder! Not kick!
Tearing flame of terror! Here's evil! Raging Cascade!
Double Demon Fang!
No further!
I'll heal you all! My astral energy!
Now you see what I can do!
Dance in the wind! Healing circle!
I owe you, Sion. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Only getting started!
Double Demon Fang!
Water! Annihilation! Take that! Raging Cascade!
No
Healing! Lightning condemned!
You picked the wrong fight! Okay, here I go! Win!
Magic is there!
Start up! Go! Dance on the wind!
Healing!
Double Demon Fang! I owe you one!
I never miss! I still got some fight left in me!
Soaring
Into the
blast!
shadows!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Double Demon Fang!
Tearing flame of
I can handle
terror!
any deity.
Supernova!
Begin! In a volley!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
I owe you one!
Double
Demon Fang! Ignite!
Gale Force! Arch Needle! Photon Flash! Standing form! Light Astral! Mind if I do? Light Astral! Thunder Blade!
Astral Arch?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Double Demon Fang! Megasonic Thrust! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing arm! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
This won't be easy.
Don't be such a pessimist.
Annihilation! Here's the flame of
armor is all mine! Shield from calamity. This one's all mine! Burn it down!
What would I do without you?
Double demon fang! Try harder!
Right here!
This one's mine! Can you take it? No further! Severing wind!
I'll heal you all!
Elusive deity! It's this it?
Forgive me. This is my fault. Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss! I can't heal you forever! Radiant blood! Spirit blood! Here's the now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Elton!
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you! I'm ready! Astral energy! Full throttle!
My turn!
Glacial spear! Here's the
Longo! Air pressure!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Do it!
I need to be stronger.
I think Poodle senses an owl around here.
Hey, Shion. What?
I'll see you again tomorrow.
Time to work off that lap. Last meal.
Guess I misread the landing.
some! This one's tough! I owe you one! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! I owe you one! Barrier!
Let's end this and get a bite to eat instead.
Got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my... tastes, personally.
Brace yourself! This one's stuck! Burn! I'll smash you! Lion mine!
Where are you going? I think I'll tack on the handpiece.
Lunar Rondo! Shield from Calamity! I'm not done! With the earth! Double demon fang! Green bathed in blood! You picked the wrong fight! Resonate with the earth! Take this!
Illuminate the dark!
Double demon fang! My turn!
Illuminate the dark!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Looking back! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! This one's all mine! Double... You picked the wrong fight! I'm not done!
The fluidity of the music is simply incredible.
Magic is everlasting stuff. Where are you going?
Try harder!
Benediction light.
You're mine!
Mega ray! Annihilation!
Double demon fang!
In a bind?
Glacial spear! Not on my watch!
Demon fang!
Eagle ray!
Double demon! What's all mine? Try harder! Eat dirt!
Sweet now!
I owe you one!
This'll come in handy!
Start up! Lunar
Glacial
Rondo!
spear! Here's the eagle!
You're mine!
Lightning orb! Breathe left! Banana! Let's go!
Another incantation ruined.
Nothing gets by me!
Try harder! Beyond care!
Denied! Armor won't save you! Heal!
Try harder! Take this! Pierce!
Lunar corruption!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction
Double
light.
demon fang!
Raging cascade! I owe you, Tion. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Double demon fang!
This one's mine!
Blood.
That'll bring you down!
Bloody!
Here!
Not today!
I'll be
Take
taking
this!
Radiant blood!
get out of this!
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
I found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
Don't get careless! Here goes!
Don't tell me!
Did that help at all? Freeze dance in the wind! Here, you can! Here's not even fair! I'm going to need to use all of requires complete focus to accomplish this.
Denied!
Raging storm!
It's so fast! Double demon warriors that I'll burn out!
Double demon fang!
Double demon fang!
Lunar corruption!
Double demon fang! Yeah!
Lightning command! Thunderblade!
Double demon fang!
Holy land!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Lightning orb!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Double demon
I
fang!
never miss! Here goes! Not on my watch!
Resonate with the earth!
Lunar corruption!
Double demon fang!
In a bind?
Holy glimmer! Holy land!
The flame inside me cures to be let free!
Shall break this night.
Not today!
Tornado drive!
Here comes!
Severing wind!
There you go! Don't let up! I'm only getting started! Holy land!
Double demon fang!
Now you see what I can do!
First aid!
Double demon fang!
Raging cascade!
Double demon fang!
Double demon fang!
Double demon fang!
In a bind?
First aid!
Double demon fang! Stay away from my friend! Wind!
In here! By the power of water! If it's in the sky, it's mine! Raging, I never miss! Whoa! Hey, one at a time!
You're up!
Here,
amazing! Wind! Double demon fang!
Shattering
pieces! Attack time!
Now you see what I can do!
Double demon fang!
Annihilation!
The flame inside me cures to be let free!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar! Dance in the wind! Let me show you what my art can do!
Severing wind!
Don't suffer in silence. Our art is being interrupted.
It's over!
Rain down and purify!
Double demon fang!
Lunar corruption!
You're mine!
Lunar blast!
Can you take
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I don't think I'm going to be able to do any more healing for now.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here. Faster.
We've reached our destination.
Really bad feeling about this.
I shall show you.
To shield from calamity.
No, barrier!
I try not to chase fruitless endeavors.
Don't get careless!
Don't tell me! I owe you one.
Hear me! Flame of fury!
Glacial spear! Here's the evil!
I try not to chase fruitless endeavors.
Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
This one will be difficult to predict.
Where are you going?
Can't get out of this!
Confiscate! Careful! It has some kind of camouflage!
Chargers to me!
You got
Far enough!
I'm only
This isn't ideal.
Resonate with the earth!
Double Demon Fang!
Severed wind!
Air thrust!
Being interrupted!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elfin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Now! Take this!
Reload!
Try harder!
Here I go! It's over! Go get him! I'm almost eliminate the door! Magic is I'm going to need you!
I must remember my limits.
You're mine!
I owe you.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Double Demon Fang!
Hear me! Flame of fury!
Soaring blast! Armor won't save you!
Freeze Lancer! Lightning raging cascade! In here! That'll bring you down!
No further!
Here goes! Here, mind if I do? Here's the evil!
You picked the wrong fight!
Glacial spear! Here's raging storm! Freeze Lancer! Photon raging cascade! I'm going to need to use all the power of my
Double Demon Fang!
Holy Land!
Double Demon Fang! Rending you apart!
Illuminate the dark!
Double Demon Fang!
Holy Glimmer! Holy Land!
Double Demon Fang!
Bathed in blood.
Rending you a bloody hollow! Everlasting dark! Armor won't save you! Negative gate!
Unique? Holy Land!
Double Demon Fang!
Leave the enemy's arc to me!
No complaint here! Double Demon Fang!
You're mine!
Not today! You're mine!
Mandalay! Arctic!
We'll have a fall.
Let the marksman handle this! Wind that'll bring you down!
Here!
Hey!
This is bad, right?
Yes, Alvin! Very bad!
I don't feel so good.
In here! Will this help?
I'll face you!
Benediction
Show
light.
you what my art can do! Rain down,
On your knees!
Will this help?
Resonate with the earth!
Heal us!
Double Demon Fang! Try harder! Take
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Nothing gets by me.
Engulf you.
Back into the fray!
Ignite.
Rage.
Elucidate.
You too much. Sorry,
Behold, the Earth's pulse. Tectonic vision. I'll blind you with a shot. Double demon fang. Double demon fang. To be seen. Take this.
Confiscated!
Here, let me help.
Let them march
the wind!
wind.
Air thrust! Radiant punch! This one's mine! Lightning orb!
Double demon fang.
Raging cast! Here's a healing orb!
Double demon
Do
fang.
it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
What do you think this place was for?
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegis. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedure somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
What is with all the lumbering beasts lately?
It's no ordinary soup, that much is damn sure! Watch yourself. All bets are off when it comes to this thing. Double demon fang! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Take this!
Annihilation! Mega Ray! Annihilation! Burn! Mega Ray!
Okay, here I go!
I owe you, Sion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
Its head is sweet.
All I can do is
We need
cause
to bring
havoc
it down
and
somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Double demon fang!
Amazing.
Double demon fang!
Mega Ray!
Resonate with the earth!
Damn it! Rain down!
Rending you apart!
Double
Bloody
demon
fang!
fang! Dream! A new leaf on my astral raging cascade! In here! I never miss! Get over the other!
Take this! Double demon! I can carve through armor!
I can handle it.
Resonate with the earth!
Knock it in! Double demon fang! It's over!
Here, let me help.
Win!
First aid!
Thrilling performance!
Lazy casket!
Luna Rondo!
Denied!
Sturda!
Dance in the wind!
On your
Shield! More for the stockpile!
Double demon fang!
Illuminate the dark!
Double demon fang!
Holy land! Bloody candles!
This one's all mine! Ignite! Double demon fang! I'm not done!
More for the stockpile!
You're mine! Summer wing! Sturda!
Rain down! Save you!
Double demon fang!
Only getting started! Mega ray!
Double demon fang!
Raging storm! Here it goes! Lightning! I can't!
It's too much!
Nothing gets
Time to you pay for that!
from death to this!
Here! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
That's right!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
First aid! Raging cascade!
You picked the wrong fight!
Sweet
Captivity!
It's in your hands now. I'll heal you
Double
all!
demon fang!
Photon blast! Healing circle!
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah!
You too.
Will this help? Air thrust!
No rest for the wicked.
Healing circle!
Okay, here I go!
Shattering Reload! Here's a healing arm!
Double demon fang!
First aid!
Resonate with the earth! Double demon fang!
Blood! Radiant blood!
Double demon fang!
Holy land! Mega ray! Primed and ready!
My turn! Stay away from my friend!
Where are you going?
I'm not here!
Thank you for the healing, Gohan.
Comrades need our abilities to survive.
Right. No one is dying on our watch.
Mega ray! Annihilation!
Burn in hell!
Mega ray!
Dance in the wind! Double demon fang!
By the power
They
of
smite with
water!
black and gray! No escape! Sturda! Execution!
Outstanding form.
Rondo!
Raging
ready!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
Take this!
Don't mind if I do!
No further! It's over! I'll smash you!
Photon
You're
blast!
mine!
Lightning condense! Illuminate the spotlight! Holy land!
Double demon fang!
Nothing gets by me!
Negative gate!
Can't
move! Smite with black and blade!
They're not playing around!
Far enough! Immune this vanquished soul with life!
I can't heal you forever! Flame! Reload!
This should do it!
Let me help!
Double demon fang!
Holy land!
Reflect on that skin! They smite with black and blade! Double demon fang!
Anything in armor is all mine!
From beyond! Immune this vanquished soul! Double demon fang! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! You picked the wrong fight! Take this! No escape!
Benediction light.
Double demon fang!
Do you require
That move!
in a vine?
Here comes a big one! Double demon fang!
The everlasting dark.
Negative
Nothing gets by me.
Reload! Gale force! More of that lightning
Try
strike!
harder!
This one's mine! Holy land! Not on my watch! Here, let me
Double
help!
demon fang!
First aid! Illuminate the dark!
Double demon fang!
Holy land! Back into the fray! Annihilation!
This should do
Mega
it!
ray!
Take this! Try harder! Not a chance!
Rain down and purify all!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! I'm not done! You're finished! Take this!
Meteor storm! Dance in the wind! Air blast! Light astral energy! It looks like you got this one covered!
Sturda!
Can't get you!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Oh,
Take this! My turn! I'm not done!
Where are you going?
Watch yourself. I sense incredible power.
Light axe dance in the wind!
You picked the wrong fight!
Healing thrust! Light axe magic is there!
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
I'll smash you!
Go
Double Demon Fang!
Here, let me help. Raging cascade!
Double Demon Fang!
I'll be saving this one! Great Lancer! I'm... sorry.
That did it.
Double Demon... Ready to go! Far enough!
No rest for the wicked.
Healing circle! Catapult! I'll bring it back.
Double Demon's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
Double Demon Fang!
I still got some fight in
Into
me.
deity! Everlasting dust!
I didn't think you had it in you.
Focus. There'll be time to congratulate
I've been
you
hit
later.
with something!
Nothing much I can say to that.
So even a masochist has his limits.
No, feeling so great.
Ignite!
Addiction to life.
All disaster phase one. Let the marksman handle this.
Double Demon Fang!
Maelstrom!
Double Demon Fang!
This one's mine.
Eagle Ray!
Lightning condensed. Hear me. Flame of fury.
Take this!
Lunar blast. Maybe the enemy is going all out. Not in your dreams.
Denied!
Searing flame. Reload. Can't hit wall.
Double Demon Fang!
Healing circle. Stay. This way.
Control my tempo! Resonate with the earth!
Light has raging cascade. Spread.
Double Demon Fang!
Can't be happening.
Take this! Now you see what I can do! From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life! Not today! Double Demon Fang! Can't get out of this!
It's about to strike. Healing circle.
Look sharp, everyone! Double Demon Fang!
Ready to go.
Resonate with the earth!
More of mine. Get on there. Mega ray.
Try harder! My turn!
Lightning.
I'm not...
Raging sword. More of that.
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Light astral magic is there. Let the marksman handle this. I never miss.
Double Demon Fang!
There you go. Don't let up.
Resonate with the earth!
Raging sword.
Another incantation ruined.
Double Demon
Not on
Fang!
my watch.
I'll smash you!
Benediction light.
Radiant
Not today!
astral energy. Radiant light.
Here I come! I'm not done!
Into the shadows. Let's
You're
get
mine!
Searing
Double
flame.
Demon Fang!
Reload.
Win!
More of that.
Raging
Let me
Sword!
help.
Bloody hell! I'm not done! I'm ready! Kisara!
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone!
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crowned contests.
What do you mean?
You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dohalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are, at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Everything's topsy-turvy and that's all you can think about?
Bear in mind, the core of Rena now sits above us. I pray that we won't encounter many stairs along the way.
Finally made it.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Can't get out of this!
Here, let me help.
Far enough!
Must require complete focus. This is gonna need all of us together.
Get into the weedy buff! Soaring blast! Double demon bang!
A wall to shield from calamity.
Barrier!
No!
It's showtime!
Another incantation ruined.
Raging cascade!
It's on! Burn in hell!
Get into the way! Never miss!
Start up! Armor won't save you!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Flame of fury! Blah, 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 there it is! Spread!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Resonate with the earth! Try harder! Mom! You're mine!
Healing your shield!
This one's all mine!
Alright, it's showtime!
Eat this! Take this!
Lightning orb!
Here's the standing form! Far enough!
Glacial Spear!
Pierce
It won't escape me.
Double demon bang!
There's throbs of pain.
Double demon bang!
Can't get out of this.
Double demon bang! Dance on the wing! Double demon bang!
Rise and shine!
Double take!
Resonate with the earth.
Double demon! The flame inside me! To be let free!
Glacial Spear! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Ignite!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Glacial Spear! Here's lightning star!
Dance on the wind!
Stubborn
wind!
I never miss!
Lunarondo!
Not in your dreams! It looks like you got this one covered.
Ready to go! Stalagmite! Deny! Sneak it back. Everlasting dark. Negative 6. Resonate with the air. Stalagmite. Double demon fang.
Tempest Whirl!
Arc is being interrupted.
Annihilation!
Begin!
Raging
I'll
Spirit!
slam you with a shot.
Reload!
Take this!
Let me show you what my art can do! Rise and shine!
Take
Tempest Whirl! Astral energy!
Not
Dance
today!
in the wind! Feel!
Double demon fang!
Lord of the Stockpile! By the power
I'll
of
slam you with a...
Do it!
Coming flash! In an instant! Impact block!
I can feel my precision improving.
What are those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers too.
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dana's Great Spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dana's Great Spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dana's will could never form under natural conditions?
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dana exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dana's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
I know it's a long shot, but it might work.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's Great Spirit?
If nothing else, it might be an option if we can't use the Renis Alma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
That shows how deeply we ventured into Rena.
And how close we've come to the real enemy.
That enemy looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight it.
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Hey, that looks pretty good.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
We've reached our destination. I have a bad feeling about this.
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
I can shatter any steel!
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for your truly.
They smite with no escape! It's gone! Start up! Easter!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elvin!
It's time more, Suko!
Keep calm and take them down! Now, Kizara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Resonate with the earth! Where are you going? Tactile energy!
I can carve through armor!
Not much longer to get toasty!
Burn strike!
I'm ready!
Here I come!
Where are you going?
Take this!
I have no limits!
You're mine! Megasonic thrust! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Illuminate the These enemies aren't to me!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Here's evil! Please,
Take
Lancer!
this!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Glacial
Now!
Spear!
You're
Here's
mine!
evil!
Severing Wind!
Please, Lancer!
Moon of Easter! Denied! Take this!
Seal!
Moon of Rondo! Mirage!
That'll bring you down!
Take this!
Here
Double
goes!
Demon Fang!
Ready!
Severing Wind! I'm not done! Mirage!
Here!
Front!
Damn it! Out of ammo! I'm all stuck up! Confiscated!
Take this!
Annihilate! Now! Redwell! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Double Demon
Do
Fang!
it! Release!
Wind! Here I come!
Illusion!
I'll smash you!
Glacial Spear! Here's one's mine!
Burn in hell! Rending you apart!
Freeze Lancer!
Bloody howling! Double Demon Fang!
Resonate with the earth!
Thunder Steel!
It's over!
Lightning!
You're mine!
This one's mine!
No escape! Double Demon Fang! Wind!
Can you take it? Let me help!
Megasonic
Now! Double Leap! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action! Let me
Now!
see you!
Law! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Much more?
Lightning contest!
No further!
Luna Rondo!
Illuminate the
My natural defenses are fading.
I'm a sitting duck!
Retreat from this battle.
Retreat? I would never! Let the marksman do it!
On your knees!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Well done!
Luna Rondo!
Where are you going? Shield!
Stardust!
In an instant! Impact Cross! Ignite!
Thank you for the healing, Dolan.
Our comrades need our ability to survive.
Right. No one is dying on our watch.
Ignite! Resonate with the earth!
I can carve through armor!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Now!
Now! Astral energy!
Say no more!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Won't be easy. Don't be such a pessimist. Here I go. I'm not so good with airborne targets.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
The Zoogles here are putting up a real fight.
That just goes to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here under such harsh conditions.
I don't give a damn why they're here. We'll burn it all to the ground.
The astral energy here is so dense. It's like trying to walk through water.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is horrifyingly correct. After all, the further we climb, the denser the astral energy becomes.
What's the matter, Rinwell? Are you not feeling all right?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah. It's like when I made contact with Dana's will in the wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact with it directly?
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquil. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. But just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna...
Rinwell!
There was only meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one. Is this fear? What just happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think.
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed!
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
I'm sorry. I really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. I know what it wants, how it feels. Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's trying to make something?
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dana and Rena were meant to be one world. But that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great Spirit wants to finish the process.
What do you mean, one world? How is that even possible?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's what the Great Spirit is trying to accomplish. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dana's, it seems like it'll vanish before that happens naturally.
So it's trying to absorb Dana while it still can, so that it can force the two planets to unite. Is that what you're saying?
The Great Spirit is scared. But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and undiluted, like just pure fear.
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, an animal would be easier to communicate with. At the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as sentient beings with a reason for coming here. Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds, but only darkness and light can be found within Rena and Dana, respectively. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral energy, is composed of all six. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound plausible.
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dana and Rena into one world is in order to save itself. And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, Then they must also be trying to save themselves?
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you. Something wasn't adding up. But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorns. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same thing that was keeping you alive. You were its vessel.
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her? Because they were trying to protect themselves?
If that's all true, then... well, it's more than a little ironic.
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked with putting together and implementing an actual plan.
Shion.
I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess up before it gets out of hand.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong like you said, does that really make everything okay?
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dana and no Rena, no masters or slaves, no lords, no crown contest, maybe just peace.
This one's tough!
Annihilation! It's in the sky! Mine! Gemini also!
Prepare to be sealed! No further!
Those flying creatures are a real pain in the butt! Where are you going?
Okay.
Go for the weak point! Fire complete focus!
Elusive deity!
Here's evil!
Seismic rupture!
Freeze Lancer!
Double demon fang!
Anything in armor is all mine!
A wall with a shield from calamity!
Barrier!
Double demon fang!
Now you see what I can do!
Raging
Double
Cascade!
demon fang!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Double demon!
Into the shadow!
Bloody power!
Illuminate the
Double
dark!
demon fang!
Leave the enemy's arcs to me! Here's a healing arc!
No complaints here!
Stop!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy glimmer! Hammy! Relentless fury!
Coming through! Ha! No! Scarlet Inferno!
I'm going to
Double
need to use
demon
all
fang!
the power of my healing arc.
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore the pain. I'll try to be more careful.
Soaring blast! Not today! Tornado drive! Demon fang! Here I come! Double demon fang!
In a vine?
Turn it to
Grilling force!
Here's the evil!
Luna Rongo!
I'll be saving this one! Now's our chance! Where you going?
Eagle Ray!
Smash you!
Cyclone!
Catapult! Luna Rongo!
Glacial Spear!
Double
Here's
demon
evil!
fang!
In here!
Double Demon Fang! Soaring Blast! Everlasting Double Demon Fang! Soaring Blast!
Arch Shield!
Double Demon
Not
Fang!
in your dreams! Gemini Alpha! Lightning Condemned!
Ignite! Demon Lash!
Illuminate the dark!
Double Demon Fang!
Holy
Wind!
Glimmer! Holy Lamp!
Show me what
you can do! Rise and shine!
I can handle it! Far enough! Double Demon Fang!
Radiant illuminate the dark!
Double Demon Fang! Bloody howling! Double Demon Fang! Can't get out of this! Double Demon Fang!
Car now!
Take this!
In here!
Armor won't save you!
Get on in there with the others! Illuminate the dark! Freeze Lancer! Close one! Rise and rend!
Another incantation ruined.
Holy Lamp! Too much to handle?
Double Demon Fang!
Annihilation! Mega Ray! Steel Force!
Elusive Deity! Rotating Battle Driver!
No more Midnight Girl! Lightning Condemned! Resolve! Thunder Blade!
Leave the target! Is this it?
Don't give up! Feel! Ready! Resurrection! I'll bring you back from death to this! Oh, sparkling stars of light! Rain down and
Can you take it? No, no, Elusive Deity! Intervine! Take this! I can carve through armor! Dance on the wind! Wind! Resonate with the earth! Get carried away!
Here's evil! Rain down and freeze laser!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
I'll be saving
Double
this
Demon!
one! Do it! Get toasty!
Burn Strike!
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander, but I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I know what you mean. There are no fish here. I couldn't cook any of my delicious dinners for you all if we lived here.
Clearly the worst point against it.
Got a really bad feeling about this! Let them mark!
Another incantation ruined.
Sleep now! The wise warrior knows when to call it quits!
We made it.
We've reached our destination. That enemy looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight it.
Here I
to
come!
chase fruitless endeavors.
Bad feeling about this.
Another incantation ruined.
That'll bring you down. No body slam us into next week.
Far enough! Armor won't save you!
Lunar blast!
You picked the wrong fight! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll bring you back from death abyss.
Can't get out of this!
Resuscitation! Here, let me help.
A wall to shield from calamity. Barrier!
Okay, here I go! Double Demon Fang!
Raging cascade!
Begin!
I'm all... Sweet now!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Lightning orb!
Double Demon Fang! Try harder! Not a kill! I'm not done!
Rain down and
Demon Fang!
Laser ray! Annihilation!
Everlasting
Double Demon!
Here's a healing arc! Sleep now! Let's get you off that
anything in armor is all mine! Now you see what I can do! Deny!
Burn in hell!
Double
Demon Fang!
Annihilation!
Stardust!
I never miss!
This one keeps charging now!
Don't get in
That's
my
what my
way!
shield's for! Give the hunter!
Take that! I'll leave it to you!
Raging cascade! Don't mind if I
Resonate with
do!
the earth!
Resurrection! Rain down and
Cleansing you a bloody holiday! Resonate with the earth!
We got the letter dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Resonate with the earth! Being interrupted!
Try harder! Not today!
Heal! Resonate with the earth!
Here's evil!
Bloody holiday!
Breaking the door! What my art can do! Random
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. Publicity is said to be the best motivation.
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon!
Behold! The earth pulse! Tectonic vision! Prepare to be seized!
You picked the wrong fight!
Not in your dreams!
Win!
I'll face you!
Illuminate
Instantaneous!
Holy Gemini, Holy Wind! Annihilation!
Willing performance!
Here's a healing
Double Demon Fang!
Holy Glimmer! Holy No more playing nice!
Elusive deity!
You picked the wrong fight!
I won't give up!
Stay away from my friend!
Elusive deity!
It looks like you got this one covered!
Double Demon Fang!
Imbue this vanquished soul with
I can feel the medicine working.
Magic is here! Here's the evil! I'll be saving you! Illuminate the
no further!
Only one more time! Lightning condemned! Illuminate the Arch field! Holy heal, mind if I do?
Execution!
I'm ready! Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more! Shut!
Well done!
I'm not done!
They smite the black blade!
Sleep now.
Resonate with the earth. Start up! I can carve through armor.
Sleep now.
There you go! Don't let up!
Take this!
Annihilation! Photon blast!
Captivity! Double demon fang! Double demon fang! This one's all mine!
I won't give up!
Forgive me. This is my fault.
Severing wind! Start up!
From beyond, imbued its vanquished soul with life.
I can't hold on much longer!
Double demon fang!
They're not playing
Double
now!
demon fang!
Shield here!
Take this!
Illuminate the dark!
Glacial Spear.
Pierce the eagle!
Double demon fang!
Freeze blaster! Don't mind if I do!
They smite with blackened
Double
blade.
demon fang!
Nothing gets by me.
Lightning blast!
Execution! Ready and real!
Now
you see what I can do!
Oh, violet darting wind!
Eat them!
Carve now through all!
Wind! Catapult! Start up!
Here! Lightning! Let's get you all Here, let me help!
Take it!
Stars of light! Rain down and purify all!
Wind raise you into dust!
Start up!
Elusive deity! Behold! The earth pulse! Tectonic vision!
Light astral energy!
Elusive deity!
That'll bring you down!
Soaring blast!
Let's get you off
Double
the way!
demon fang!
Lightning! Do all! Rain down and purify all! Radiant pierce!
Elusive deity!
Here!
Begin!
Over the stockpile!
Take this!
Mega ray! Here's
Double demon
annihilation!
fang!
Up and ahead! A flame of fury! Burning! Here's a Here's a dance to the wind! Now hold on to your arms! Here I come!
I can carve through all! Time to let it rip!
Damn it!
Pierce!
I'm one!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Radiant pierce! Lightning orb! It's over! Lightning!
Let's cut our losses.
Damn it! Out of ammo!
This one. It's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Lightning Pierce the eagle! Holy land! Freeze laser!
Sometimes a retreat is the best strategy.
So those thorns of Shion's, they're really a part of Rena's Great Spirit?
Most likely. But only a small fragment of it in the big picture. I don't sense a will of its own emanating from them.
If it's that insignificant, is there that much point getting rid of it?
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
We've reached our destination.
Hey, look at that enemy! It's shining!
Bad feeling about this. I don't even know the word defeat.
Lunar corruption!
I can handle it!
Some fights are better left unfought.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Come one, come all!
You require help.
Now I can let loose!
Let's end this and get a bite to eat instead.
Got a really bad feeling about this. Sorry.
Here's a healing.
You'll pay for that! Negative hit!
I'll bring you back. Let's cut our losses.
It's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
No further!
It's a duel of the
Now you see what I can do! Bend it into everlasting darkness! I'm free!
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done. Now!
The enemy, all yours, Kisara! A wonderful shield from calamity!
Sleep now. Close one. Not in your dream. Here's the eagle. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. You get the dead. Only one will bring you down.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Double demon fang! Try harder! No, this one's all mine! Not today!
More healing art.
I can carve through armor!
Lunar Roost!
In an instant!
Impact Claw! We work well together. Like a final time waltz. Severing wind! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Elusive
Healing, don't get in my way.
Tayoyuwa!
Sorry,
Little escape!
that helped.
Take this! I'm not done!
Annihilation.
Take this!
Sleep now.
Eagle Ray! Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Here, not in your dream.
Double demon fang!
Illuminate the darkness. Back into the fray.
Double demon fang!
Where are you going? Here's the raging cascade.
Double demon fang!
Double
demon
Got a deal?
It's over. Far enough.
It's on!
Annihilate. Raging cascade. Inheritance. Hear me. I'll be saving this way.
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Take this!
Let's go.
Ignite!
Raging cascade.
Severing
Air thrust. Resurrect.
Severing wind! Strata!
Eagle Ray!
Double demon fang!
I'll heal you all.
Elusive deity! Soaring
Megasonic thrust! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll heal you all.
Double
No,
demon
that's my
fang!
watch.
Heal!
Photon,
Double
raging
demon
cascade.
fang!
Sleep now.
Leave the chargers to me.
That'll bring you down.
This one's all mine!
Raging storm. More with that.
Burn it down!
Raging cascade! In here! Outstanding form! Burning spear! Here's the evil! Showtime!
Such unadulterated skill.
Double demon fang!
I've taken too much damage! Raging cascade!
Double demon fang!
Dance in the wind! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Will this help? Healing circle!
Double demon fang! Try harder! Nice! Try harder! Nice! Thrust! Double demon fang!
Nothing gets by me!
Burn!
Armature coming through! I'm only getting
Stubborn wind!
Negative this one's mine! It looks like you got this one covered!
Armor won't save you!
Lightning contamination! Thunderblade!
Resonate with the earth!
Magic is mine!
Double demon fang!
Rending you a bloody howling! Into everlasting darkness! Negative gate!
Will this help?
This one's all mine!
Oh, sparkling stars! Rain down!
Take this!
Why'd you do it?
To stop you dying?
In a bind?
Meteor storm!
Forgive me. This is my fault.
Everyone, get back! It's too dangerous!
Catapult!
I'll bring you back from death to death! Illuminate the dark!
I've used too much.
Denied! I can carve through armor!
Another incantation ruined.
Freeze laser!
Double demon fang!
Here's a healing art!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Let them mark Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark!
Double demon fang!
Holy hand! Flame of fury!
Double demon fang!
Glacial spear! Here's the evil!
Catapult!
Freeze laser!
Benediction light.
Here's a healing art!
I'm ready!
Double beam!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around!
My turn!
Certainly not.
The flame inside me should be let free! Prepare to be
Illuminate
seized!
the dark!
Take this!
A thrilling performance.
Air throw!
New escape!
Outwash them!
I'm not done!
Catapult!
Dance in the wind! Here! I'll be saving this one!
I'm ready!
Thunderblade!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Holy land!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Elusive deity!
I may have bit off more than I could chew.
Here!
I can carve through armor! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Violent darting wind!
You picked the wrong fight! Take this!
Begin! Catapult!
Strona!
Get on your level! I never miss! Light
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible. I couldn't make it in time.
Double demon fang!
Light escalade!
Double demon fang!
In a bind?
Double demon fang!
I'm ready!
Double! In an instant!
Impact block!
Xion, you okay?
It's nothing. Don't be so dramatic.
Hey!
New equipment!
We've reached our destination.
Judging by the stench, I'd say the animals at the ranch are all grown. Now.
That was quite the little adventure we went on. This one will be difficult to predict.
I owe you one.
Glacial spear. Pierce evil. Fall into the blazer. Concentration.
To chase fruitless endeavors. This one will be difficult to predict.
Some fights are better left unfought.
Dead end, huh?
Why don't we just use this?
Wait!
Jeez! Don't scare me like that! What, is there something wrong with it?
No, it's not that. It's just... this is it. Whatever it is, we're about to find out.
It's the moment of truth. There's no turning back now till we've won. Either we get through this, or we vanish along with the rest of the world as we know it. Is everyone ready?
We've come this far. I'm not about to turn tail now. I say we knock this thing out and head back home.
It's time to relegate the past to where it belongs. It's been a long journey getting here, but it ends now.
No, this isn't the end. Once we've overthrown the old order, there's still the task of creating a new world.
A world without divisions, where no one cares whether you're Danon or Renan, or if you have magic or not. You're right. We have to win this.
Let's get going then. After all, our future awaits.
Our future, one free of tyranny and exploitation. For the freedom to live with those we hold dear, and for a new era. Let's go! Are we on that giant flower?
We're finally here then.
But then, where is the core of the Great Spirit? Or the Renaissance, for that matter? A
According to Hevrek 35, this should be where we find the core.
Rinwell, do you sense anything?
This is definitely where the energy of the Great Spirit is strongest, but what's giving off the most energy is the flower we're standing on.
That said, we're not gonna be able to destroy something this huge. You want me to hit it and see what happens?
Hey, look!
Renasolma!
Is that Dana's astral energy? But why?
What?
Stay sharp! Something's coming!
Evolved into hatred!
So then, you're saying that this is the Great Spirit's core?
And in order to fight us, it's taken on this form?
My thorns. I feel them whirling inside me. They're getting restless. I'm certain of it. This is the source of my thorns, and of my visions. This is the darkness that will consume all existence.
What do we do now? Renasolma's inside that thing. I don't think we'll win this fight without it.
We have to get it back. We will find a way somehow.
Agreed. And now that it has a physical form, cutting through it's what we'll do.
Great Spirit, we understand you've made that very clear. However, if you're planning on destroying everything, then first,
you'll have to get through us. Everyone, let's go!
We're not energy for you to consume! And we're not puppets for you to control!
Only humankind have a right to determine their own future. We will never let something like you take that away from us.
I'm sorry, but we won't let you take any more away from us. We'll do whatever it takes to stop you.
I fight to quell the sounds of anguish from our world, that it may be filled with joy and peace once again.
Give it back. Give it all back. Give us back our world and give me back my own life.
Once and for all, we're going to end centuries of terror and death. Right here, right now.
I never miss.
Double Demon Fang!
Hey, flame of fury! Glacial spear! Here's
Negative gate! Double Demon Fang!
Only
Double Demon Fang! Bloody Double
Radiant targets to me! Denied!
I'll smash you!
I'm all stopped up!
Eat
Win! Only lightning! Looks like you got this one covered!
Double Demon Fang!
Confiscate! Lightning! Double Demon Fang! Come forward! Only round! I'm out of ammo! Watch and hit me!
Double Demon Fang!
Oh, sparkling starry light! Rain down and purify! Glacial spear! Primed and ready! This one's mine!
Double demon bang!
The enemy is going all out here!
No further!
Burn it! Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Right! You picked the wrong fight! He's covering wind!
Far enough!
Armor won't save you!
Illuminate the here I go! Holy land! It's over!
Double demon bang!
Mega ray!
Heal! Thanks! Double demon bang!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth!
Double demon bang!
I'm going to need to use all power of
Double demon bang! Double demon bang!
blood!
Bringing you a bloody hollow!
Not in your dreams!
On your
Lunar corruption! Raising star!
Double demon bang!
By the power of water!
Double demon bang!
Searing flash! Sparkling shards of light! Rain down!
Double demon bang!
Oh! Mega ray! It's in the sky, it's mine! Where are you going? Meteor storm! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Photon blaster!
Is this it?
Don't leave me! Annihilation!
From
Searing
take this!
flame! Reload!
Resuscitate can't get out of this!
Will this help? Can't be born!
I can carve through armor! Not done yet!
Healing system! Raging
Double
lightning!
demon bang! Soaring blood! Sorry. Double demon bang! Double demon
Here
bang!
go! Now!
Let me free you of
Demon's descent!
flashing bang!
They're not playing around!
Burn in hell!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy blood! Holy land!
Double demon bang! The enemy is our
What the world is this? We'll see about that!
An attack. Is this a Lord's handiwork?
I'm past being surprised. Let's say we destroy it, and quick! Start up! Catapult! Mirage!
Ready to go!
Double
Everyone,
demon
get
bang!
back! It's too dangerous!
Far enough! Now you see what I can do!
I'll heal you with the mark!
You're mine! Win!
Here's a healing art!
Can't move!
Don't give up! Go I'll bring you down! Failure not taken care of! I'll bring you back from death's
No
abyss!
further!
I'll bring you
Now
back
it's
from
my
death's
turn.
abyss! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Blade!
Resuscitation! Here's a healing art! First aid! I'm all
Double
set with
demon
it!
bang!
Heal!
Double demon bang! From beyond! Double demon bang! Roll with life! Double demon bang! Double demon bang!
I can handle it!
Double demon bang! Intention ruined! Armor won't save you! This one's all mine!
Confiscated!
Heal! Double demon bang!
Illuminate the dark!
Burn in hell!
Holy glitter! I'm only getting holy land!
Double demon bang! Double demon bang!
Light extra lightning condensed!
Take this!
Thunder blade!
Crush!
Illuminate the dark! Here's a healing art! Holy land!
Take this!
I'm going to need to use all
Double
the
land!
power of my healing art to accomplish this!
In a bind? I've used too much.
Here I go! I'm only getting...
I couldn't make it in time.
Illuminate the dark!
Beyond.
Holy, holy land!
Let me free you of my not done yet.
That'll bring you down!
I'll smash you!
Lightning!
Double demon bang! Twist it to it!
Illuminate the dark!
Double demon bang!
Water!
Double demon bang!
Raise you apart!
Double demon bang! Resonate with you!
Forgive me. This is my fault.
Flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Forgive me.
Double demon bang! Burn!
Illuminate the dark!
I'm not sure how we get out of this one.
You mean this might be the end?
No.
energy for you to consume, and we're not puppets for you to control!
Only humankind has a right to determine their own future. We will never let something like you take that away from us.
I'm sorry, but we won't let you take any more away from us. We'll do whatever it takes to stop you.
I fight to quell the sounds of anguish from our world, that it may be filled with joy and peace once again.
Give it back. Give it all back. Give us back our world and give me back my own life.
Once and for all, we are going to end centuries of terror and death, right here, right now.
When we're ready.
Double demon
That'll bring you down.
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing art to accomplish this.
They smite! Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Ready and clear. Here's the evil.
Now you see what I can do!
Double demon fang!
Here I go.
Double demon fang! Double demon fang! You! Stay away from my flame! Double demon fang!
Resonate with the
Double
earth!
demon fang!
Stalagmite!
What was I thinking?
Double demon fang!
Shining super
Double demon fang! This one's all mine!
Bathed in blood, rending you apart! Bloody howling! Negative gate!
Here's the evil.
Denied! Armor won't save you! Bathed in blood, rending
You picked the wrong fight!
bloody howling! Can't get out of this!
Back into the fray. The enemy is laying all out.
Demon Blast!
This one's mine.
Eagle Ray!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Captivity!
Double demon fang! 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 Double Double demon fang! It's on!
I can carve through armor!
Eat dirt! Okay, here I go! Start up!
Here I go! You're mine!
You're mine!
Cosmic Rupture! It looks like you got this one up close and ready! I never missed!
Double demon fang!
Here's the healing art!
Double demon fang!
In a bind?
Double demon fang!
Here's a healing art!
Double demon fang!
Just through
I need something.
Now, you need to be healed! Astral energy! Full throttle! They're not playing around!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Win!
Dance in the wind!
Double demon fang!
Ready to go!
Stay calm. I shall put the enemy wheels on.
We'll soon see about that!
Not today!
What in the world is this round thing?
Little tech. Is this a Lord's handiwork? I'm past being surprised.
I say we destroy it, and quick! Not done yet! Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Don't mind if I do!
You'll pay for that! Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Begin!
Double demon...
Nothing gets by me! Denied!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Start up!
Hold it together. Here.
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
I'll find you! Ignite! Prepare to be sealed! Double demon fang! They smash with blackened blade! Start up!
Hold on, Hero! Here I come!
Take this! Kaboom! From beyond,
Where are you
imbue
going?
this vanquished
Don't
soul
mind if
with
I
life!
do! Illuminate I can't heal you forever! First aid! Holy Land! Lunar corruption!
It's in your hands now.
I won't give up!
Double demon fang!
I'm gonna need more of that medicine.
I can handle it!
Denied! Armor won't save you! From beyond!
This battle is stacked heavy against us.
So we regroup and try again.
You're right. We must play intelligently.
In here!
Another incantation ruined.
Double demon fang!
Negative gate! Resonate with the... Forgive me.
Stay away from my friend! Double demon fang!
Lightning connect! Thunderblade!
Double demon fang!
No rest for the wicked.
Holy land!
Double demon fang! Now I can let loose! Try harder! My turn!
Denied!
Now you see what I can do!
Annihilate round and ready! This one's mine!
Such unadulterated fury.
Healing circle! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Thunderblade! Illuminate the sun! Holy land!
Try harder! Now!
Mega ray!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Lightning raging cascade!
Burn!
Armature coming through! Shield! Stunning your scream! Far enough!
Nebity! See what I can do! Double demon fang!
Benediction light.
Severing wind! Start up!
Raging cascade!
You'll find no mercy.
Double demon fang! Order! Send to the wind! Oh no!
Lightning
Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic vision!
I'm going to use all of this one's mine!
Double demon fang!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! I'll bring you back from death's
It's
abyss!
on! Double demon fang! Burn!
The wicked.
Now I can let loose! Start up!
I couldn't make it in time.
Denied!
Not a chance!
Anything in armor is all mine! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
This should do it!
Resuscitation!
Double demon fang!
Here, let me help! That's been a
Double
smart.
demon
It can't be happening!
Double demon fang! From beyond! Double demon fang! Double demon fang! I'll smash you! Double demon fang! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elfin!
After all that, it's still standing. Just how strong is this thing?
Doesn't matter. Just have to keep kicking its ass until it bites the dust!
conserving its energy for an escape.
That bastard took off with the Renis Alma!
We can't stand here and wait for it to come back. We'll have to follow it through there.
You're right. I don't like it, but we've got no choice.
Yeah. No matter what, we can't let it get away.
All right, let's go.
I'm surprised we can stand here at all. What in the hell is this place?
Beats me. I've never seen anything like it. More importantly, where's the Great Spirit?
Look! Over there!
What in the world? It's changing shape?
Oh, this is bad. It looks like it's regaining all of its energy. It's going to grow even bigger than before.
Damn it. Come on, we've got to find a way to...
Watch out! Something's heading our way!
Guess they're here to try to stop us. There's so many of them.
That means we've got it running scared. Let's take these out and keep moving!
Get out of our way already!
I didn't expect such base tactics from a supreme being.
You can't assume we're fighting something that thinks like a human!
Whatever it is, it's wasting time that we don't have.
Yeah, not only that, but that thing is getting bigger by the minute.
It's starting to slow down the more it grows. We should be able to catch up soon enough.
We just need to hold on. Stay strong, everyone, and stand your ground!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Burn!
Freeze Laser!
Soda!
Blood. Rending you apart.
I'll stop it, Charles!
Thanks, Kisara! Freeze Laser!
Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Fall into thine own depth!
I owe you one.
I can do this all day!
Shattering the pieces!
Attack time! Where are you going? Both of our
Double
stars
Demon Fang!
Radiant Rain here!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Soaring
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Burn! Severing Wind!
rending you apart. In a bind?
Eat dirt! This one's mine! Here goes!
Lunaronga!
Leave the charges to me.
This was all mine!
Rending you
Eat
apart.
dirt!
Annihilation!
Resonate with the earth.
Rain down and purify all! I'll heal you all!
You're mine!
Here's a healing art!
Finish!
First aid!
On your
Meteor storm! Illuminate
Double
the
Demon Fang!
resonate with pieces. Attack time. Stalagmite.
Double Demon Fang!
Blazing blood.
Rise and
Rending
shine!
you apart.
Bloody
Illuminate the storm!
Double Demon Fang!
Holy glimmer! Here I go!
Double Demon Fang!
Resonate with the
Double
earth.
Demon Fang!
Stalagmite.
Back into the fray! Radiant
Rending your
storm!
bloody outlet. Resonate with the earth.
Illuminate the storm! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Benediction light.
This one's all
Reach now!
mine! Burn!
Searing cloud! Remove! Dance in the wind! Air
being
dance!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
I can handle it!
Double Demon Fang!
Take this.
Dance in the wind! Air
Double Demon Fang!
That'll bring you down!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Lunaronga!
They're hard! It's all confiscated!
Denied.
Raging
Demon Fang!
I can carve through war.
Rising is out! Air
Double Demon!
Light astral
Double
energy!
Demon Fang!
Thanks so much!
Double Demon Fang!
Thanks so much!
Ah!
Light
This should do it.
lightning to death!
Coming through! Ha! Melt!
benediction light.
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Another incantation ruined.
Stay away from my friend! Double demon fang! You're mine! Burn in hell!
I'll bring you back from death to death.
Severing wind! Stunner!
Resuscitation!
Here I go!
Here's a healing
I'm not done!
Here's the first aid! Illuminate the
It's too much!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Try harder!
Far enough!
Holy
Russia!
Elusive deity! Double demon
In the
fang!
sky is mine!
Tornado drive.
Double demon fang!
Now! Not in your dreams!
Double demon! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Severing wind! Stunner!
Lightning condensed! Mega ray! Illuminate magic is there! I'll use holy land!
No further.
Healing
Double
circle!
demon fang!
Take it! I'm only getting started!
Double demon fang!
Illuminate the dark!
Double demon fang!
Holy land!
Double demon fang!
Freeze
Double demon
laser!
fang!
Lightning
Double demon fang!
Illuminate the dark! Healing circle! Holy land!
I'll face you.
Far enough! Steering
This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight!
Double ready and real! Spread into the dance of the wind!
Ripping you apart.
Mega ray! Arc field!
Double demon fang!
Lightning condensed!
Double demon fang!
This one's mine! Illuminate the dark!
Double demon fang!
Holy land!
Double demon fang!
Freeze
Double
laser!
demon fang!
They've taken too much
Double
damage!
demon fang!
Take this. In a bind.
Will this help? I'll be saving this way! Here's a healing astral energy! First aid!
Bloody hell. Resonate with the earth.
Leave the charge to me!
Far enough.
I'll heal you! Let the lightning condensed! Here's a healing astral!
I'll smash you.
Any more of this and I'll burn out! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Ignite!
No more playing night! Will this help?
Wind!
Bloody hell.
Stunner! You're mine!
Healing circle!
I owe you one.
Raging storm!
Take
Lunar
this.
corruption!
You escape!
By the power of
You
water!
escape.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Double demon fang!
Confiscated!
Can you take it? You're mine.
Raging storm! Mine!
Double demon fang!
Magic is there!
Girl, you need to be the best motivation.
Healing circle!
Severing wind!
Just pierce evil!
Here I come!
Champion
I'm not done! You're finished!
Tunnel!
Double demon fang!
Dance in the
Severing
wind!
wind!
Can't do it!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Brace yourselves! We're going to crash!
We caught up to it!
Hold on. Why did it stop absorbing the energy from Dana?
Like it or not, it lacks the means to do so whilst fighting us. We've become the bigger threat and forced its hand.
All right then. Let's get to work so we can take back the Renaissance.
This madness ends! Here, right now! And this time, we really mean it!
We've all come so far. We've faced so much. We can't get through this. Together.
Naturally.
We are all leaving this fight alive.
Hell, I'm just getting warmed up. You ain't seen nothing yet.
The Great Spirit's getting desperate. So stay on your toes, everyone.
Glacial Spirit, here's the wind! Air through freeze!
Its power's overwhelming.
Then let's whittle down that thing's power. Go!
Right. Let's start with the arm.
Let's do this, Law!
Leave it to me!
Everyone, I'm counting on you!
There! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Captain Frickin! This one's mine!
Double Demon Fang! Try harder! Not here!
Leave the portal! Thanks so much!
Now you see what I can do!
Thanks so much! Reload! Illuminate the sun! Conquest! Only one! Damn it! Only land!
With the earth!
Win! Annihilation!
Take this!
Air thrust! Light astral! Blah blah blah! Thunderblade! Blah blah blah! Only land!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Resonate with the earth! Not on my watch! Annihilation!
Double Demon Fang!
Glacial Spirit! Here's the Nova! Freeze Lancer! Oh, violent starting wind! Forward now through all! Forward now!
I can carve through armor!
Resonate with the earth!
You picked the wrong fight!
Can this world? I never miss!
Double Demon Fang! Severing Wind!
Rising Star! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Photon! Magic is there!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
On your
Double Demon Fang!
Light astral raging campaign! Field! Law! You and me! From here on out! We did it! Annihilation!
Yeah! Deflating! I can carve through armor!
Amazing! All that astral energy!
I don't like the look of this.
We have to stop it! It's back!
Nothing gets by me!
It's over!
Everyone okay?
Still alive somehow. That's okay.
Here, let me heal you.
Try harder! Mike, it's too much!
That'll bring you down! Far enough! Radiant Breath! Here's the healing arm!
Double Demon Fang!
Don't give up! Lightning Lord!
No further!
I'll be saving some
I can carve through armor!
Just let me take me!
Double Demon Fang!
Carve now through all! Dance to the wind! In here! Now for the top pile! Back into the fray! Radiant Fire! By the power of water! Magic is there! Holy land!
Burn in hell!
Here! First
I
aid!
owe you one. Can you take
Far
it?
enough!
Severing Wind!
This one's mine!
Lunar Rondo!
Dance in the wind!
Lunar Rondo!
Here, take it! It's only saving
Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
Wind
I'll
astral
smash
energy!
you!
No more dithering!
Our future begins here!
Always impressive.
I guess that makes two of us then.
Negative gate. No, it's left just the middle.
Let's do it!
This one's all mine. On ignite. You get it. Luna Rongo.
Raging, here goes!
Resonate with the earth.
I'll be saving this one! Can't this annihilate! War with that
I'm nearly done for. This is looking great. Hold tight.
We've been through far worse before.
Right. Time to turn the tide. Start up.
Illuminate the obvious.
Smite the golden blade. Double demon. So far.
Sweet dreams.
Dismiss it.
It's in the sky. It's mine.
my
Astral
fault.
energy. Who wants to die next?
Negative gate.
I'll bring you back from death to raging storm. Illuminate the
Being interrupted.
Not in your dreams. Reload. Can't be stopped. Raging storm.
Double demon back.
Lightning.
Try harder. In a bind. Yours to be let free.
Holy land.
Burn. I'll face you.
Tomorrow. Dragonstein.
Double demon back.
On the wind. Feel. I'll be saving this one.
Take this. I can carve through armor.
Holy
Double demon bang. 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 Double demon bang.
Forward on next. Ready.
Benediction light.
Lightning
This one's all mine.
Thunderblade.
Burn in hell.
Here goes.
Sever it out. This isn't looking. You're air pressure. I couldn't make it in time.
Take that. Sweet dreams.
Rending you a bloody howling. The earth throbs in pain.
Gale force.
Ready and ready. Elusive deity.
Air drop.
It's in your hand. Not done yet.
Illuminating sunlight.
Double demon back. I can carve through.
Nothing gets by me.
Here goes. Ready to go. Go get him.
Double demon back.
Air drop.
Captivity. Double demon back.
Here's the
Double demon back.
Freeze blaster. Chinese supernova. Dance in the wind. Air drop. Go on. Air drop. Go on.
Double demon back.
Holy land. By the power of
Demon
fire.
back. Double demon back.
Glacial spear. Pierce evil. Illuminate the freeze blaster. Mega ray. Here's a healing arc. First aid.
Try harder.
Here's a flame of fury.
Try harder.
Ready and win.
Deny. I'll smash you.
Not in your
Can't move.
dreams. Don't leave me.
Everlasting darkness.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Now or never. In a bind.
Raging storm. Flawless flight. Here, let me help. First aid.
Double demon bang.
Radiant force. Spirit blade. Cascade. Burning. Dance in the wind. Air evil. Photon flash. Freeze blaster.
Double demon bang. This should do it.
My healing fire technique is cascade. Thunderblade. Illuminate the top. Holy land.
Double demon bang.
Supernova! Light Axe dance in the wind! Not on my watch! Far enough! Armor won't save you! Raging Storm! That'll bring you down! Demon Fang! Radiant Swirl! Start up! Take this! Lunar Piranha! Photon Steel! Annihilation! Demon Fang! Annihilation! Thunder Wheel! Here I come! More with that I'll heal you all! Oh, Violet Burning Wind! Carve down Healing! Crossblade! Dance in the wind! Oh, Violet Burning Wind! Carve down through all! Try harder! Rain down your healing! Mega Ray! Rain down! Heal my arm!
My turn! My delay!
That's my
Stay
cue!
away from my friend! Shut him down! Eat dirt!
Deny!
Imbue this vanquish you and me!
This is it!
This ends now!
Alphen!
Yeah! We're both fine. We're going to start the ceremony now, before it can recover. Shion.
Yeah.
Returned, just as I told you I would.
Hurry! The Great Spirit is reviving itself!
Absorbing the Great Spirit!
Apologies. I can't suppress it for very long.
Hand it over right now. You plan to use this to defeat the Great Spirit. Which is precisely why I'm here. Stand aside and watch. So then you know how to destroy the Great Spirit. Just as well as you and your sorry lot. The Great Spirit that tried to control me will be annihilated. I won't let you do that! Yet do it I shall. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. You bastard! I shall fulfill my duty as a ruler. With this power, I'll bury that woman and the Great Spirit. Then this charade will finally end.
Save everyone. And Xion!
Silence. I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the Great Spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds.
What do you get from us? When you have all that power, what will you do?
My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it.
This is so you can rule over all existence just because?
Despicable as they were, even the other lords, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you had nothing. Only death. So what? It matters little to me. You are pathetic. Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to. You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long. But there are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here.
I won't let you take them away!
Now, nothing can stop! Silence. I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the Great Spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds.
What do you get from this? When you have all that power, what will you do?
My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it.
This is so you can rule over all existence just because?
Despicable as they were, even the other lords, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you had nothing. Only death. So what? It matters little to me. You are pathetic. Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die. In his own time, as he was meant to. You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long. There are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here.
I won't let you take them away! Double Demon Fang! I shall erase everything! This one's all mine! I'll destroy you! Ignite! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! This should do it! You will know nothing but agony! This one's all mine! The fury of lightning! Take this! I'm not done! Double Demon Fang! You will suffer at my hand! Double Demon Fang! Enough of your foolishness! This one's all mine! Double Demon Fang! Not today! Resist! You're mine! Double Demon Fang! You will suffer at my hand! Double Demon Fang! Take this! I shall erase you! Double Demon Fang! Burn in hell! Double Demon Fang!
No! It can't end here! I can't stand the sight of you! Silence. I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the Great Spirit, and erect a fortress
fortress of death over both worlds. What do you get from this? When you have all that power, what will you do? My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because? Despicable as they were, even the other lords, even a great spirit had a future in mind. You had nothing, only death. So what? It matters little to me. You are pathetic. Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a failure. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to. You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long. But there are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here. And I won't let you take them away! You will know nothing but try harder! No chance! You picked the wrong fight! You're mine! I shall erase everything! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Lead! Double down! You will suffer at my hand! It's on! Burn! Double Demon Fang! Take this! Strike! This should do it! Enough of your foolishness! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Fury of lightning! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! You will know nothing but agony! Double Demon Fang! Eat this! Why do you resist? Double Demon Fang! I'm not... Strike! It's over! I shall erase everything! Double this one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight! Take this! Double Demon Fang! It's over! Take this! Flee! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Double Demon Fang! Enough of your foolishness! You picked the wrong fight! Take this! I'm not done! Double Demon Fang! You will beg me for mercy! This should do it! Double Demon Fang! Fury of lightning! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Burn in hell! You're mine! Double Demon Fang! I can't move! I can't stand the sight of you! Tear you apart, slay the girl and the prince, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds. What do you get from it? When you have all that power, what will you do? My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because? Despicable as they were, even the other lords, even a great spirit had a future in mind. You had nothing, only death. So what? It matters little to me. You are pathetic. Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to. You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long. There are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here. And I won't let you take them away! Double Demon Fang! This one's all mine! Suffer at my hand! Burn in hell! You're mine! I'm not done! Double Demon Fang! The fury of lightning! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fist suffer at my hand! Burn in hell! Shit! Take this! Double Demon Fang! The fury of lightning! Non-kill! Pissed on! The fury of lightning! Not today! Here I come! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! You are nothing! Double Demon fury of lightning! Yours to be let free! You Double Demon Fang! At my hand! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! This should do it! Double Demon Fang! This one's all mine! Burn in hell! You're mine! Double Demon Fang! Strike! You will beg me for mercy! Double Demon Fang! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! You will know nothing but agony! Double Demon Fang! Fury of lightning! You're mine! I'm not... Double Demon Fang! You picked the wrong fight! You're mine! I'll destroy you! Double Demon Fang! 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 Fury of lightning! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Out of my... Double Demon Fang! You control others to keep from being controlled, but that's a path of never-ending hatred! Don't you understand? It can only end in destruction. The only way to avoid it is with forgiveness! The words of a coward! Your weakness disgusts me! Give up! You're wrong. It takes true power to forgive! I have no use for weakness. The strong shall always triumph here.
You say that because you've been alone so long. If you had someone, anyone to turn to, a single friend, someone to love, people who will support and guide you can't have been alone your whole life. All I remember is the lashes of Bruce. Each strike spreading a stream of fire across my back. The masters who killed slaves for slaves. And the slaves who sacrificed their compatriots that they might live. There is no love, no friendship, not there or anywhere else. Is there no way for you to do this differently? Enough! You gamble the fate of this world to save a single life, and yet I am the evil one? How utterly ridiculous. It's true. Maybe it is selfish of me to want to save her, but I swore that I would let no one else be sacrificed in this battle. I can't bear to see her die. You and I are so much more alike than I had ever imagined. No, we're not. I want a world built on kindness, on giving, on warmth. You take and destroy. I have nothing to do. Explode the flame inside me here to be let free. Easter! Explosive ring! I am Crucial! All others shall be banished! Try this! Infernal Torrent! Try harder! Infernal Torrent! Try this! The blazing sword. The power Shion has bestowed upon me. I'll take you down! It's on! Burn in hell! This one's all mine! Burn!
inside me yearns to be let free. Ignite! It's on! I have no limits. Try this! Burn! This one's all mine! Infernal Torrents! It's over! You are the last obstacle impeding my progress! Die! That's my line! I'll show you the limits of your solitude!
What you've done is evil. There's no denying that. I know you didn't walk your path out of weakness, but merely from misguided strength. Misguided because you were alone. Because you had no friends to keep you on the straight and narrow. No one to use all that strength for, other than yourself. That loneliness could make a monster out of anyone. Out of me. I understand. And I forgive you, Volron. I don't need your victor's pity. And you can choke on your vain forgiveness. Don't! You wish to save this world? To make your selfish dreams into reality? If you choose to walk that path, you choose a path of betrayal, despair, and corruption. And in the darkness at the end, I'll be waiting for you! Volron! I'm sorry. The Renaissance is...
Yes. But you still possess the blazing sword. It may not be quite as strong as the Rena's Alma, but nonetheless...
I can't! I would never! It would kill you!
My thorns, they're... Soon the great astral spirit will break free. And when that happens, no one will be spared. But there's still time. You can still destroy the thorns. And me with them.
But that's exactly what we've been fighting to prevent. I promised I would find a way to save you.
You did. I know. But I don't want you to die either. So please, don't let me be the end of the world.
That's it. Look! The path Dana's energy flowed through is still open. We can use it to call out to Dana's will!
Alphen, What are you saying?
Don't you remember? Rinwell said there was a little bit of Dana's will inside all of us. If there is a way everyone can come together to form Dana's will, then maybe we can ask for it to help us, to find us a way out of this.
Are you really saying that if all of Dana thinks of saving us, it will become the will of the planet itself? That's madness.
Maybe so, but it's the only way we can save you. And the only way to save Rena, too.
To save Rena?
That's right. Rena's will never had evil intent. If we're saving everyone, that includes them. I don't want to live in a world without you, Xion. And I'm tired of living a life built on death.
Alph and I'm with you.
Collective will of Dana, hear my plea! I want to save Xion! And I want to save Rena too! I want to end this cycle of one joy, constantly being sacrificed for another's pain! So please, grant us your strength! Let's go!
I want to be your hand right now. You are the place, my only hope. Yeah, just like the flowers that go and fall the beat over and over again. Well, I'm barely breathing and breathing to the ground. But it's every time we all stand up. Stop like
いつも君と
「